Good morning. Welcome to everyone here in this conference room or to those who are following us through the video. I'm pleased to begin the conference of the Academy of Liberalism titled Freedom, Security and Future. My name is Erik Moora. The topics covered today, if you look at the politics in the Europe or in the economy, or if you look at the society as a whole, which we really want to pay attention to before the European Parliament elections, we should ask, does liberal politics or liberal leadership have good times at the moment? I would like to say that we should pay attention to it and maybe even talk about it with a little bit of worry. There are quite many countries in Europe where the times are not the best. In the decision-making channels of the Europe and politics, there are issues that have increased state interventions, solutions that have caused some obstructions to spontaneous development or to what the liberalism has aimed at in the economy. So there are quite many issues, questions, security crisis on top of that. All of this requires that us or our representatives, the whole of Europe, would contribute more. And we are looking into liberal or simply an answer to the main topics, economy, security and energy. We try to find the answers to the challenges of these topics. The aim is to increase the ambition of Estonia, find ways to differentiate from others, be more intelligent. So contribution from all of you or thoughts from you are very welcome. The more, the better. And during panel discussions, we will have possibilities to ask questions or comment from by the audience. If you have any comments, then feel free to do so. We mainly try to discuss in Estonian, since the conference is mainly directed at the Estonian audience. So whoever needs interpretation, because in some panels we will have some English language discussions, whoever needs interpretation can take the interpretation setup. And whoever needs water, there are water bottles here in this room. At the hall, you have other opportunities, but I recommend staying in the hall and using the possibilities here. So that's all from my part. Enjoy the conference, and the floor goes to the Prime Minister of the Estonian Republic, Kaja Kallas, for the opening speech. Dear listeners, dear guests, I am pleased to welcome you here today at the security conference. I'm very happy to see my colleagues from further away. The debates taking place today, depending on energy, security, economy, these debates will be very important and interesting. They are important so that we could discuss all together how to create the future in Estonia or in the Europe as a whole. In a month's time, the European Parliament will be elected. Never before has such an election taken place during such controversial times. Principles of the people being elected are very important in this difficult security situation. The main thing is that people who will make decisions at the European Parliament would actually value the European and Estonian values. The values that protect us, protect and defend us, give us the feeling of security and ensure the competitiveness of the Estonian economy. As our President Lennart Meri has said, Europe is not about geography. Europe is about the principles and loyalty to such common principles. Principles create geography. Geography does not create the principles. During the past years, we have become more visible and heard in Europe in a way that has never happened before. Our statements in many questions have been directing towards the future. We are in the circle of decision makers in the EU and in the NATO. We have many good friends in all over the Europe, but it hasn't, and the world, but it hasn't been easy. It's the work of many people during several years. The work has been hard. As a small country, we must be courageous and we must think out of the box. Estonia is an example of how, although being small, we can still do a lot at the European level. We have been the pioneers of many important initiatives, for example, digitalization, but also with other questions we have been listened to. There have been many important initiatives, for example, the initiative of million missiles, defense, and also freezing Russian assets and use those frozen assets for the benefit of Ukraine, and to make the countries take responsibility, such as Russia, who have hurt Ukraine, so that their crimes would not go unpunished. Estonia has been lucky, but we have many allies, many supporters are here today, and we are grateful for that. In addition to many initiatives we have started, we have to constantly think out of the box. We have to find new solutions, how to strengthen the European defense. In December at the European Summit, I proposed that we should take into use the European bonds. I am not I am open to other ideas if there are better ideas, because we have to find additional financing solutions for security. At the moment, we don't have any other options. The EU has to increase significantly in its 7-year budget allocations to defense area. At the moment, it's only 0.68%, and it is not enough, clearly. Europe is facing a very critical moment which shapes the future and our security for the years to come. If there is no security, we cannot talk about anything else. Decisions will be made for us somewhere else in that case. This concerns Europe and every member state separately. Freedom is not a free lunch with our allies or at the table with our allies. Security is the common concern. New normality is having much higher defense budget compared to previous times. Right now, ensuring security, being at the borders of the aggressive country, we have an unpleasant neighbor, but we are working very hard towards the aim that they would never bother us. The Estonian defense budget surpasses 3.2% of the GDP of the Estonian state, so we contribute 1.3 billion euros and 5.6 billion euros in 4 years. This is the most important investment into our security. We decided to initiate special planning for defense sector. Ukraine war has shown that the ammunition needs in Europe are much higher than the production capacity. So we need to be able to create the premises to produce ammunition in Estonia. And when we look at the obstructions for funding defense budget, we decided to create last week a defense fund in the amount of 50 million euros, which is a step forward to strengthen our security and to improve our economy, also creating high-tech employment and develop our technology sector in general. I think in Estonia we do not need to say why all of this needs to be done. Russian military industry is mobilized at the level where they work much more, where they produce much more ammunition and equipment compared to any other European or NATO countries. And we have to really work towards improving the situation, both in Estonia and also Europe has to do more. Our role is to convince all of the member states in the EU to increase the defense budget, to contribute to defense industry, and to give a military aid to Ukraine. Because in order to stop the Russian aggression, there is no better solution than the Ukrainian victory and the loss of Russia. With all of this, we also have to keep in mind the competitiveness of our economy and how we manage with this changed landscape. Energy is an important input in every economic area. That's why today we will talk about energy security. We will talk about how we could here take steps to ensure energy security for a long term. I would like to sum up by saying what Robert Schuman said 74 years ago, and which is very relevant even today. He said that the world peace cannot be ensured without thinking about proportional creative solutions against threats or these threatening dangers. So the solutions must be proportional to tackle such dangers and threats. These threats are pretty visible at the moment, so we have to think about creative solutions. A long day is awaiting with very interesting discussions, and I hope that each of you will get interesting knowledge and new ideas from this conference that you could use in the future and develop further later on. So I really wish you an interesting day, and thank you for coming.
Thank you, Prime Minister Kaja Kallas. Next, I would like to say that the Academy of Liberalism belongs to an organization as the European Liberal Forum that has more than 50 members, also outside the European Union. And I would like to give the floor to Mats Löfström, who is member of the management board of the European Liberal Forum and also a Finnish member of Parliament from.
We welcome Mr. Löfström to the stage for his greetings. Thank you.
Such an old picture. Dear Madam Prime Minister, dear Liberal friends, distinguished guests, thank you, the Academy of Liberalism, for putting together an excellent program here in Tallinn with the support of European Liberal Forum, ELF. From ELF's side, we are happy to have you as a strong member of us. On my way here last night to Tallinn, I was thinking of all the very many trips I have made to Estonia throughout the years, and also my very first trip to Tallinn ever, for almost 30 years ago. This city had already started to get new swanky hotels at that time, but was not what it is today, a buzzing European destination and capital and a strong member of the European Union and NATO. Modern architecture, but with a historic and beautiful historic old town in the center. The ship I arrived on over 20 years ago that took 4 hours from Helsinki wasn't the modern ones that now cruises over the Gulf of Finland to Helsinki in only 2 hours, and also called the main port of my home, the Åland Islands, on their way to Stockholm and Tallinn and back. Estonia, after regaining independence, is a success story. It is also a story of hard work, determination, good governance, leadership, and a vision, often under the stewardship of the party of the Prime Minister, the Reform Party. Today's headline is the triumph and future of liberalism. It could instead have been Estonia, the triumph and case study for the future of liberalism. For a modest Finnish member of Parliament as myself, The headline briefs the self-confidence that liberals need when we are under attack from forces that want to see illiberal policies and the fall of the liberal Western world that has been the recipe for prosperity, equality, and freedom. Things all too many today take for granted. In today's world of polycrises and challenges, not least the brutal and illegal outright war of aggression by our eastern neighbor, we need clarity and reality in our political judgments, not naivety or out of touch or sticking head in the sand approaches. Those are hard and tough times that just have seen the highest inflation in a generation and where people's real incomes have been squeezed, meaning the political climate is harder than for a long time. That calls on us to under-promise, but to over-deliver. But we also need the ability to project hope and trust in the way we choose and rally people behind it by informing and communicating why some things must be made, like supporting Ukraine for as long as it takes. What we also need, both as liberals and Europeans, is a vision. It is far too easy in today's political climate to say what one doesn't want to do and to rule out who you don't want to work with. We must get better in articulating also what we want to do and what we seek a mandate for, and then be ready to take both leadership and responsibility for it, especially when we know that there are no easy times. I'm certain we can do it. But no one will believe in our ability if we don't believe it in ourselves as liberals. Here I think Europe and European liberals have a lot to learn from Estonia, a country that for many years have punched above its weight. On behalf of the European Liberal Forum, I'm excited to follow today's program and already now want to thank you for hosting us here in Estonia. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Mats Löfström. Enjoy your this time visit to Tallinn also as much as you can. Ja nüüd alustan.
And let's now start discussing economy. We focus a little bit more on Estonian economy, less on European economy, although maybe some mention will be made about European economy as well. And I would like to ask the panelists now to come up to the stage so that I could introduce you.
Dramaatiline muusika kuulatud.
You listen to the dramatic music. Welcome to the stage, ladies and gentlemen. You have Sirli Männiksaar, Ericsson Eesti CEO, Toomas Asser, rector of the University of Tartu, and also R&D council member. I am Madis Toomsalu from LHV Bank, Martin Villig, founder of Bolt, and Andres Sutt, member of the Estonian Parliament and member of the Economic Committee of the Parliament. And let's begin by something that everybody does not need reminding of. The economy is not doing so well, but then something has to be reminded you about as well. So I looked at 2010 and 2009 about how people felt about the government. The government does nothing. There is no economic policy. We are losing in competitiveness. There is no retraining. Export is impossible. We need fast steps. Then the solutions were that we have to have social guarantees for the unemployed. Budget policy has to be fixed. Civil servants' wages have to be cut, and even what they said, today's government are like children who are hitting each other with buckets during a fire instead of pouring water on the fire. In spite of this, solutions were found. We are still alive. Irrespective of those solutions that have been found in the meantime, the story is the same. So I'm asking you for the beginning, what are the 3 key words that would be the most important for you in order to turn the situation around? Let's start from the edge here. Well, hello. In comparison with the 28, 29 crisis, it is like day and night. Some measures might be similar, but the 25% economic decline, there's still some room for us to achieve that. So not to worry. And in 2 or 3 years, I think Estonia is going to be the fastest growing economy in Europe. Maybe only Lithuania and Latvia are doing better. But in general, I think we are going to do well soon, but it does not mean that constructive criticism is not allowed. And businesses have been doing this as well, which shows more that there are problems in communication rather than in the chosen economic policies. But the 3 things that I would like to mention: getting foreign investments to Estonia, and Estonia's problem so far has been that this has been fragmented and not systematic. When we look at major economies, then we should be more hungry towards specific investments. Some people say that Estonia does not have money for that, but I think spending a couple or 10 millions in a year on this would be very, very useful in order to get more skilled labor investments. So that would be also something that would bring us closer to Europe's economy. And then Estonia is Europe's most focused on banks, and we do not have bonds. And this is a compliment to the banks, actually, because they've been open and doing their job, but there is no stock exchange, but practically no stock exchange. But that means that there has to be something else. So the role of the government funding companies is very important, whatever the measures. So I'd like to focus by emphasizing that Estonia is doing this a little bit, but in a too fragmented format. And the 3rd keyword, coming back to the beginning, talk to the businesses. Yeah, there is a lot of talk about security, but I do agree that economic security and security in general are closely related. There is not one thing cannot exist without the other. Yeah, businesses will overcome their worries, but at the same time they are turning their eyes towards the government with respect. But they also expect communication from the government about why things are being done. Thank you, Sirli.
So first of all, thank you for inviting me. I'm pleased to be here. I will give an industrial perspective. I'm a hopeless optimist, and I agree with the previous speaker that these years are not easy. Last year was not easy, and the next one will not be, but there will be better times. But also in the industrial sector, 3 key words. I think these are not surprising at all. One of the first one that we are thinking about is fast implementation of technologies, and I think here Estonia could have a very great competitive edge, being a small market. And within bureaucracy, or talking about bureaucracy, then the state is pretty transparent as well. So we shouldn't forget that we can really test ideas quickly and implement them quickly. And this way we can create the competitive edge to our country. And the second point of view, I've said that already. Ericsson AC invests in Estonia for a new technology center. And one of the biggest and one of the reasons why we decided to invest into Estonia is the know-how, which is our competitive edge, what we have already built in Estonia. And at the same time, it's also one of the biggest weaknesses for us. So how to ensure this sustainability for education with regards to technology, technological development, education regarding the scientific topics. So the specialists might either be employed here locally or employed from abroad. So this is the strength, but also a weakness for us, and I would like to pay attention to this always. In Ericsson, Estonia, we have 65 nations represented, but most are from Estonia, from local country. But we are very strong what regards software development, and it is a very good side of competitiveness. But if we want to look into industry, then we have to look into hardware, and in this. And from the point of view of a smart industry, all of these things go together. Software cannot be separated from hardware. These things work together. So this is where we are constantly facing challenges, especially if we want to become stronger in industry and develop competitiveness. And the third idea, I already mentioned it, which is quick bureaucracy. Companies invest if they have a place to invest to, if there is the support and the suitable environment, and if they can quickly implement their ideas. This ensures the environment that really supports our competitiveness and implementation of innovation. So what are the three things from your point of view, Andres, that should be done? These are very similar to previously said. So confidence, ambition, and talking about success stories. Löfström started very well already. We don't have to wait until tomorrow or this evening. We can already start today on this stage. Both Madis and Sirli mentioned what is well in Estonia. So I don't understand why, as a people, we have become world champions in talking about negative news and being negative. The crisis in 2009, yes, I remember it very well. We used to have the Estonian crown as currency, and all of the smart or not so smart bankers, not so well-informed bankers, also outside of Estonia, in London, for example, they talked about how Estonian crown will collapse and the Swedish banks will collapse together with us. But nothing like this happened. But we had the confidence at that time, and I don't see why today we should be less confident. If we look at the years from 2001 until 2023, we have to look at the right indicators. GDP has increased by several folds, so it's much higher than it was in 2021. Latvia and Lithuania are not so much ahead of us. According to IMF, the GDP per capita is $32,000. In Latvia, it's less. So we shouldn't talk about things while looking at the wrong direction. When we talk about investments, whoever says that Estonia is a scary place where you shouldn't invest because we are next to Russia, you can see the example of Ericsson, some other G7 countries, Corsica Solar Evercon, one of the biggest storage bank to Harjumaa, Skeleton, and Power Tricks in Pärnumaa area. So we shouldn't talk about that investments don't reach Estonia. They do. We have to talk about these success stories because that increases the confidence. 12 billion euros are on the Estonian bank accounts in total. So people have to consume. We have to have faith. Better times will come. They might even arrive now. Let's not talk about negative things only. If there were greedy journalists, then we could already have titles for articles how the Reform Party is blind to the biggest economic downturn. But Toomas has said, what are your ideas? First of all, thank you for inviting me to the panel. I represent the higher education sector, being a doctor, then I am really looking into what happens in the medical field. When we look at the expectations, then universities as a whole have to offer the only solution for economic development, which is educated population. First of all, we need higher education, which is this is the biggest need at our labor market. And everything that happens in the higher education and science, there is the potential that is not used yet. We have possibilities and reserve quite a lot, but we have to create the environment for using that potential, and the universities are looking into it. During the panel today, perhaps we will find the opportunities or examples to give. So we are going towards this direction. I'm very pleased that Ericsson already realizes that they need engineers, but I can say that in the medical sector, which is not so talked about, but this is even more critical to the society. I'll give you an example. We have general practitioners who should retire, and they are responsible for 400,000 Estonians' health. Why so? Because in the 90s, the state politics was such that they accepted less people for medical faculty. And what regards engineering, then you have still quite a lot to do. And it was already mentioned how we could implement into economy what is done in higher education. This topic is very important to universities as well, whether it is having more people with PhDs and really in really targeted areas, creating joint enterprises with Estonian companies. I think this might also be discussed in the panel, so these were the things I wanted to mention. Thank you. And Martin. Hi. My keywords are expert. As a small country, we cannot grow a lot on our own. So if we need services and industry that export. And the second keyword, talking about Bolt, when we looked at the statistics, according to statistics, Bolt makes up 4% of export and 8% of services export, but the official statistics actually doesn't take into account the turnover of UK or any other country, so it's actually higher. So the question is how we could have another 10 other companies such as Bolt who could grow in the same way and export in the same way. And third, the economic environment. This concerns different areas, starting from regulations, security, and everything regarding to defense. So these are the keywords briefly, and maybe during the panel we can look into them more.
Madisele, kellel on
I would like to give the floor to Madis, who has a specific idea for you. Yes, I was thinking whether I should raise this or not, but since Andres started about telling success stories and Martin mentioned export and Bolt, then I could bring all this together. I'm going to tell you a story that applies directly to economy and indirectly to security. As you know, there's Nasdaq Baltic Stock Exchange in Tallinn, which is defined in the world as a frontier market. You have developed markets, developing markets, and frontier markets. So our stock exchange is in the same category as African and Kazakhstan countries. And what happens is that there are some market capitalization companies with a value of $2 billion. LHV and some others are close to this, but Bolt would exceed this. Every company makes their own decisions, and Bolt has been also speaking about their plans somewhere in Europe but if someone would do a dual listing on the Tallinn Stock Exchange, and what would that mean? That would mean that when the Estonian stock exchange gets rid of this categorization as this frontier market, would mean that companies who are investing in the developing markets, they would have to invest also in the Baltic markets in the amount of 200, 300 millions, and that would work as a reference, bringing in money for the economy. And it would be important for Bolt to do their dual listing in Estonia, not anywhere else. And the state should show that they are really hungry for this, and they should tell that Martin and Markus are really patriotic Estonians. So this is a very good practical example about Bolt. Will you do it? We've been considering this idea, yes, but we have to analyze in more detail how much this dual listing will add to us. The trick is that when the Bolt is listening to their advisors and foreign investors, then they tell that this is not a good idea. And it is not actually so much necessary for Bolt, but actually for Estonia it is necessary. And it has to be this idea of the founders that the state really needs this. So the Baltic Stock Exchange will be looked at as a whole, integrated whole. The official name is Baltic Nasdaq. And so we will do our 2 billion as well after you do your part. But the price is that a couple of hundred millions will come in as a result. Andres, what do you think? Well, what Madis mentioned is really very, very important, because this applies to the economy in broader terms. And how much Estonia is covered by different banks and financial analysts. Since we are considered frontier markets, this is not justified, especially given the per capita GDP. We are operating in a different league altogether. Yes, we have a small market, but I think, Martin, you had a really good proposal, so take this seriously. Well, let's now take Martin out of the story right now, but someone mentioned ambition or hunger, that we are not hungry in Estonia for anything. And this also is combined with the readiness to risk by the companies. But then startups and the whole tech sector has been actually leading the way in doing all sorts of things, and they have been enormously ambitious. So how we could bring this culture back to Estonia? 25 years ago, we didn't lack for hunger. But those who are operating in different countries then are saying that Lithuania and also Latvia are considerably more hungry. So the question is how to increase this ambition, how to change this culture. So why is this not so good in Estonia? It seems to me that in the tech sector it's okay, but in the industrial sector and in more general terms it tends to be so. Yes, we do have good examples about good ambition in companies, but it is quite clear that given the competition situation of today, that we cannot compete with cheap labor. We have to take a step further from there. And that is why the Employers Association has also come up with various innovation projects, like the ladder of innovation, how to work with specific industries and what their possibilities are to increase and grow more. So this applies to other sectors, but the tech sector. This applies both to ambition and talent. In the technology sector, they have been doing quite well in recruiting people from abroad as well, but this is rather been exception in the industrial sector. We should look at the technology sector as an example, leading the way. And if they have chosen the foreign experts or foreign skilled workers so well, then that would apply also in the same way in other sectors, in the industrial sector, for example. Maybe there should still be limitations for the domestic sectors like construction, for example, but the industrial sector should have better opportunities to recruit from abroad skilled workers. But the industry should also be made look more sexy. The tech sector seems to have a better reputation today that would make younger people to join in, but we could also show how cool things could be done in the industrial sector. And here the idea of the government about establishing the defense sector fund, we could start building more drones, for example, and because the defense sector is moving towards tech as well. As Andres said, we should also have a more general agreement with the media that they bring out not only the negative things but also good things. And the idea that the best food for an Estonian is another Estonian, we might maybe leave this aside and also try veganism a little bit. So we are eating up each other does not help us. And fast question. Bolt is raising money, borrowing money in hundreds of millions. So but 50 million for the whole sector all across Estonia, is that something that you could consider?
For sure, it's better than nothing. If we look at the speed that initiative has been started, then it's really, really welcomed. As it was said, if great results will emerge and we can see that the money is starting to end up, then I hope that government has the readiness to contribute monetary. So I think it's a good sign in Estonia in general to say that let's start doing something. And it's also a good sign for the other countries, showing that Estonia is taking defense sector and defense industry seriously and contributes by funding it. So I think this signs will work both ways. I wouldn't get stuck with this 50 million. It's a really good starting point, of course. Sirli, when we talk about ambition and courage, during the times where all industries are leaving Estonia, it's also impossible to do something. There is another process at the same time started. You are building your new production base. It's an investment of 155 million euros. And it is a high-tech company. How come? How come this happened? Or what are the reasonings behind it? What is the potential? I think that these three key words I mentioned before is the basis for it to continue investment. Ericsson has a development center in Estonia already today, and from the global point of view, it's the biggest one for Ericsson. So since 2015 and 17, strategically, we have changed our scope, and we are not a country of cheap labor anymore. It has been a very long process, and with this process has taken place, I've heard a lot of comments from the market. Is it going really bad for you because the turnover is dropping? No, it has been conscious action, moving our everyday activity further up in the line, in the value chain. The main activity for Ericsson Eesti today is developing products, and this we are bringing to the market products, not only to the Estonian market, but to the whole Western world, half of the world. So this portfolio goes to the half of the world. So it requires really a lot of know-how. And when we talk about this investment, how we convinced to invest in Estonia, we started with describing the problems for various reasons, and then we ended up with describing the values. that we have the know-how, there is the investment environment that is suitable, and that we have many things that are going well. The question is how to speed the process up and how to keep it up. If in Europe, taking into use new technologies is about 10 to 15% slower than in the US, we can see in the area of telecom or technology that building the infrastructure for such technologies offers so many opportunities, so many jobs have been created on the other markets. Europe is very slow. I would like to believe that Estonia is not the slowest compared to the European average, but are we fast enough? This is the question we must ask ourselves. Because this general critical infrastructure is important, and we talk about connectivity. This creates possibilities. And our decision is very strongly related to the know-how and with entrepreneurship in general, since we have very big development units in Sweden. And we are working very closely. So this new Nordic or Nordic-Baltic cooperation, from our point of view, is very strong. Being the frontier or border country from different points of views, I've noticed, also taking into account my own experience, that there are questions, obviously, regarding this topic, regarding the defense, regarding our neighbor, in the context of investments and everything else. But I think at the same time, our knowledge about it or awareness of this topic and that we talk about it, I don't think this has scared the investors. I think it's the question of sending out these messages that we have to send out the message that the environment is great, the market works, industrialized, being digitalized is important point of view, important point. I think there is still a lot of work to be done. As Martin said, the IT sector seems a bit sexier for people to be employed. What is your issue? You have top-notch IT development. You need certain type of engineers who would connect the software and hardware to make it work. You say that you lack such engineers. No, nothing is wrong with us. Everything is pretty well. We have 2,200 employees in Estonia, and half of them are in the area of engineering. So on the one hand, it is one of the biggest strengths. And when we look at the future and education, then we shouldn't just, rest now. We have to continue the development. We cannot just hope that everything will go well. And with the very digitalized and Industry 4.0 point of view, I think we are doing pretty well. But as was said, telling the stories and so on, there are industries that must need or that need a similar development. You have to support with know-how, talk our or tell our stories. But I think the state can help with taking with the implementation of the taking to use of these new technologies. Very good. When we talk about competitiveness and investments, I think it would be strange if I didn't ask from the banking sector. You can see the investments, you evaluate every loan decision. What do you think? From the banking or bank's point of view, what is our risk readiness? And what should we do to improve the situation? We know what Bolt could do, but what could banks do? First of all, I would like to start from the most important strategic idea. One of the best things for Estonia is that our strategic workforce has been functioning without unions in the most part, and the society has adapted to the economic needs. This flexibility has been so important because we can adapt quickly, and even if unemployment rate increases for a while a little bit, it drops again quite quickly. So we are flexible. It's very easy to invest if the environment is flexible. And what banks can do is to be open and tell the stories the same way. The strategic risk is there today. as I said, the most banking-centered country in Europe. And 10 years ago, even less, Estonia was 100%, or banks were 100% foreign capital based. So no one talked about this foreign risk. And today, this risk has been overturned partly. We can't deny LHV has had quite a big role. It's the bank that has given most loans to companies in the first quarter was LHV. So the balance is being created, but we have to really be open to competitiveness, and the readiness is there.
But they've been saying quite a lot that the competitiveness on the Estonian banking in the Estonian banking sector is not working properly. There are problems with lending to private persons, industries, and this is something that also keeps investors back. Can you mention which are the most capitalist countries in the world? Maybe Singapore and the US, but I'm not sure. But in the Western cultural space, they are the US and the UK or England. And in both countries, both home loans and business loans are more expensive than in Estonia, and not only because of the base rate, but also because of the margins. And when we compare Estonia to Finland, then what we are doing here is practically right. But in Finland, you can change the margins quite frequently, but in Estonia, they are fixed for a long period of time. And in Finland, I think the loans have the lowest margin. But then they do not have a 25% economic decline either. But when we look at the margins on the average in Europe, then they are mostly similar. In countries like us, the margins are higher, and there are reasons to this. But where competitiveness works in Estonia, the margins have gone down for businesses and also for home loans. But where this does not work very well, I mentioned about fragmentation later. It doesn't work so well when the amounts are higher, when we can take loan decisions for up to 100 million euros. But when the competitors are higher, then the amounts are lent in already in another country, Sweden, for example, even when the amount is 10 million. So the decisions are not made locally. So this is a risk. Professor Asser, you mentioned the way how science, research and economy can be put to work together. I remember this talk from a long time ago. I've heard this since I was a little boy. Well, the gene data are there, the gene bank is there. Novo Nordisk is the company that has the highest market capitalization in the world. So the question is, like Lennart Meri would ask, where is our Novo Nordisk? So why haven't we done this? Well, there are different facets to this question. When you mentioned genes, if we were to focus on this, then it is true that the Estonian Gene Bank has been there for 20 years already. It is not the biggest, but it is among the biggest. We have more than 220,000 gene donors, and plus we have the digital environment that enables us to integrate health data and other registers into this. So we have here an untapped potential still. As a doctor, I have been waiting for this to happen for years, but we haven't. But But we are at present at a state where the government, the state, is not able to further develop this. We cannot. So I just wanted to know what the Estonian government should do. It is clear that the gene bank has been growing, but it cannot grow at the same rate any longer. When we speak about ambition or innovation in the university, then we do not only have ideas, but we have also founded a company that has been mentioned in the media as well. It is an EMC, which means that this company is being founded at present. So we are creating a new company that allows the current gene donors to become shareholders there. And we also are raising foreign investments and foreign partners, involving foreign partners who have the possibility to carry out the analysis. And we can also do all this on the digital platform. I do understand there are risks because there is nowhere in the world such a digital environment and such an amount of data. But we have taken this risk and we are working towards this. I cannot probably draw any parallels with Bolt, but when we look at this environment and when this environment is understandable and it extends further out from Estonia, and that allows various clinical studies to be conducted, and I do believe that this is going to work, and I look forward to this to becoming a success story in a few years. And there are other examples as well. For example, in the Tartu University, a few years ago, we founded Tartu Ventures, which helps the intellectual property generated in our university to be taken to the market together with businesses, businesses will provide funding to this. The portfolio is quite small, but it does exist. We have entered into transactions with 5 companies, and I think this is going to work as well. But it takes quite a lot of time, and it also requires the development of a completely different culture of operation. But we are working towards this. So some examples about companies going to universities saying that we are going to fund this, this and this, but we need this and this from you. This seems like an exception. It seems that the academic world is so separated from the business world, but has it improved in your opinion? Well, there is still valley existing from us, but we have created this Tartu Ventures so that we could overcome or step over this valley, and we are opening a practical research center, and I think this is at least an attempt to find these possibilities. A very good example directly related with universities is this biorefining issue. This is something that really works. And against the background of this, our synthetic biology colleagues from Tartu University got special funding. This is something that you had to work very hard in order to get this. It was 30 million. And there is a similar project for personal medicine, which also involves Novo Nordisk, by the way, another 30 million. So maybe this is going to work, says Erik Moora. We have to now start summing up our discussions, and let's be practical. What would be useful for decision makers, but especially for those who will have to decide where to plant the seeds of business. So where is the niche in your professional activity in Estonia where a business-minded person should look, where the potential is high, and what has to be done in order for this to come to fruition, and what the government has to do? And let's start from Madis, if you're ready.
Well, I have to be ready. To start from a bit further away, the state and company have similarities. Sometimes it seems that there are more, sometimes less of such similarities. And a strong organization always plays on their strengths. And what, in my opinion, has been lacking during the past 30 years is to establish what are the strengths and to use them. Examples in the medical sector in Estonia. It's one of the most efficient sectors at all. With €1, you can use a lot of services compared to many other countries. Medical services expert. Would it be possible for us to somehow empower it? Estonian soil is quite suitable to dairy cattle because you have the feeding and everything, and you can get quite a lot of milk per cow compared to other countries. Do we do something to improve it even more? With a very long shoreline, nature, energy, wind, transit towards east has stopped, but to south and north, when we looked at geographical situation, you can add the cables, pipes, and so on. So we have to look at the strengths, and we can improve such strengths. But we haven't even done it. I'm not even talking about tax measures or political measures. But I would like to just point out these strengths because Estonia and Estonians have to have such strengths. And one of the biggest things, technology, it has always been a very important part for Estonia. And it is cross-border. It's easy to reach consumers, so you cannot copy them. But if we have a good technological base, then obviously deep technology, AI will not change the world in 3 months, the same day that internet didn't change, but in 30 years, the changes will be enormous. In banking, frauds committed with AI or deep technology are enormous. So the world has to catch up with them. But there are many big possibilities. During the weekend, we had a party, and Ryan said that he bought this robot dog already that he's using at home. So soon he will probably participate at the council meetings. So we will see what happens then. So talking about these success stories and telling that we are culturally similar to Nordics, I was surprised that even in the company we talk about it. When we talk about digital societies, and being an Estonian, I have always tried to say how well it is to carry out any bureaucratical activities in Estonia. But it seems that Singapore and India is on the top of the lists with a very good business environment. Although, from the point of view of Ericsson, I have done my best to give examples of Estonia as a digital society because we are such. So obviously, we can't just using or tell stories everywhere because I can see a lot is being done already. But some more practical things. AI was mentioned already, and we are designing our center, and we can see that during this planning phase, we have to make the innovative decisions that would be up to date even 2 years further or 5 years later. And we can see that it's a continuous development. But there is not so much technology on the market with regards to sustainability. When we talk about smart industry, that we develop very strongly. So maybe we are stronger for that. But sustainability is not the main thing for us. And today we should take decisions regarding this and look around at the market and maybe say that perhaps we want too much. We see that there are not so many developments yet there is a lot to do still from the point of view of technological development, and Estonia would have something to say regarding it. Thank you. And Anders, renewable energy is the key to many other investments. We didn't talk about it yet, but it is the key for 2030 to produce energy with renewable energy sources. It's important when talking about having investments, and every future company is a technological company. Sirli AI and Robotics Estonia, we are both in the council with Sirli, and there are companies with different sizes, sectors, and ages. And all of these companies look into using robotics and AI to carry out better quality controls and so on. So a lot is being done actually in this field, but we don't talk about it. So we actually have to talk about these success stories much more and be more confident. Then things will improve. And Toomas, I would like to point out again what I talked about. My responsibility area is higher education, and everything depends on the higher education, everything what we can do and with whom we can do it. And I really believe and know that the medical field in Estonia is efficient, but as mentioned, it is what was mentioned, that we don't have enough of employees in this field. And medical field is not the only one lacking employees. Sciences field, pedagogic, IT, all of these fields need more people. And to be more specific, our strengths and where we have had these so-called unicorns is hydrogen technology, biotechnology, and what I mentioned previously, our initiatives to valorize well the healthcare system, that it's based on the digital platform, that it's very strong, because I believe these are the directions that we could really strongly use. Thank you. Martin, where would you need help to make something work? Or what I see is the side of regulations that can be done by governments at the level of Europe and Estonia. Developing further from the medical topic, a population is aging quite a lot, and the biggest cost are the last months or years of life. And in the world, no one has solved the issue of euthanasia. And I think this could be one of the possibilities for Estonia to create the regulation. Medical sector is strong, and I can see that this is needed very strongly in the world. I would like to know that in the future, if something happens, that you are in a vegetative state, that you can't do anything, we still keep this person alive for weeks and months. It takes a lot of funding from the Estonian health care system. So there should be really good opportunities for this area. It starts with regulations, laws, and then companies come and solve it. And then the technology sector, capital, talents, education, what government could do, global ambition. Statistics show that in Europe there are much more startups compared to the US or other countries. But the problem is that we sell these companies off too soon. So this huge added value goes to Chinese or American investors. So we should be more patient and more ambitious with these companies.
Thank you. We have run out of our time, which means that if someone wants to ask questions, then make use of the coffee break and ask the questions then directly from the panelists. And I would like to ask everyone to give a big round of applause to these good ideas for this very good panel and panelists. Thank you. And we did not go in depth into one issue. This is Estonia and its potential as defense industry. And we did not touch upon this in this panel, because we are going to start to discuss this in the next panel. And I would like to invite Kusti Salm, Secretary General of the Ministry of Defense, candidate of the European of the Year, then Allan Martinson, European Founders Society, and Gerrit Mäesalu from the Prime Minister's Office is in charge of moderating this discussion.
Tere! Me alustame nüüd kaitsetööstuse arutelu.
We are starting with the next panel about defense industry, but let's come from broader terms to narrower issues. The beginning of the war in Ukraine has been in the titles of the press all the time, and the issue has come up that we have to start getting our defense industry going again. Maybe Kusti Salm, has this big change happened yet? So where are we at present when we are speaking about the Estonian defense industry and what is being done in Europe in actual terms? Thank you. Thank you, first of all, for the possibility to participate. And also, it is a very good idea that defense industry is on such a high level on the agenda. This shows what people think about this. In the previous panel, quite a lot was mentioned about this. When speaking about where the defense industry is placed in macroeconomic terms, then we need to speak about capital investments, general innovation, and people. And looking at having to increase defense spending, this is quite logical. But when we look at the numbers, and I think this is what we were trying to ask actually, so in the official rhetoric from NATO has been the following. They are quite victorious sounding, but I'm asking you, do you understand where the problem here is? The first sentence is, in 2023, the NATO European allies' defense costs expenditure grew 11% in real terms. So sounds funny, huh? But the problem is that they do not mention that in 2020 the defense expenditure of the same allies dropped 11.4% in real terms, which means that the European allies are spending as much as they did in 2021. And the second sentence, when we put all the defense expenditures of the European allies together, because this is against the background of messages that you get the Americans that we do not enough. So when we put all this defense expenditure together, it ends up at 2% of GDP. But that means that out of the 32, 18 are not contributing the 2%, which was agreed in 2014 after the Crimea annexation by the Russians. So nothing really much has happened after that. So this is where we are today. At the same time, we see that this is in reverse connection. The less Europe is spending, the more the more Russia is encouraged by this, and that means that so it is this is like a self-fulfilling prophecy. So when looking with a clear head at this is quite scary. So you could think that things could only go worse. So somebody has to take this step and start solving the problems by putting in money. And that is why the Estonian Prime Minister has been leading, promoting the European defense bonds. So the European Commission has come up with the European defense industry strategy that could distribute this money reasonably where the money is the most needed. so that we could create reserves in Europe, and those countries who are spending more on defense, they could also be given more funds so that they could be more motivated to doing this. For the past months, you've been driving around in Estonia, Ukraine, Europe, studying technology companies from the point of view of defense. So what is your view of the situation? Are investors sufficiently interested in investing into the defense sector? Well, I am actually quite a newcomer in this field. I've been doing this for a few months, although quite intensively. But in comparison with these giants sitting next to me, I know really little. But I came back from Ukraine only 2 days ago, and I was talking to many people, and the saying that generals are always preparing for the previous war is still true. And so they are not preparing for the current war or the future war. And the key word here is that the cycle of innovation that we can see happening both on the side of Ukraine and Russia, it's been very, very fast. On the one hand, it seems to be a trench war, like looking at the First World War, but at the same time, there's Starlink, internet terminals, there's drones. This is a very odd combination of an old and a future war. And the innovation cycle is so fast that Ukrainians, for example, a year ago, were not thinking about things that are happening today, and we have no idea what's going to happen a year from now. But about 3 to 4 months, a new piece of technology is brought to the battlefield, and then means to fight it are being developed. So 2 years ago, we were speaking about javelins and Bayraktars, but now there are new things. Speaking about money and investments, then Ukraine shows us that we can also produce a lot of just scrap metal if we are not doing things right. The Ukrainian soldiers are telling me they have lots of stuff that have been contributed to them that is old scrap that cannot be used, or so we have to be very careful about stuff like that. I watched a brief video about the battles, and the doctor said that 90% of the injured have been injured by drones. And the other thing that they were saying was that in order to drive around, you have to have an electronic piece of equipment that does not allow your location to be established. Otherwise, you get hit immediately. And another negative aspect was that when we had HIMARS and javelins and other Western things, but now we have DJI Mavic controlling the battlefield, or occupying the battlefield. So the question about drones, Kusti, this is a question to you. So how are the drones affecting the older type of defense production, or are you just arguing against this and you're saying that things are going to change fast?
Disruption.
This bigger industry's disruption happens, it accumulates, and at some time it starts taking over. It is true that Ukrainians started to use drones because they couldn't receive any more ammunition. And we talk about deaths both by soldiers, then by Russian side, 80 to 85% are still injured by either mines or cannons, and it seems that there might be this performance bias if we look at some videos, because no one shows the videos where they are hit. But what it has caused is that before, the advantage with drones was quite small at first. But the percentage or range of getting hit compared to other weapons was so much more smaller. And thanks to these niche technologies and the volume of such technologies, these control systems and engines have become more cheap and easily accessible due to the volume that they are produced. So in 2022, they used drones with in tens thousands, and a year later already in hundreds of thousands. And this year we're talking about the production capacity with drones and with both the countries is over 1 million. And I would say that in Russia the numbers are even higher. So if you have the volume and where the artillery advantage is being lost because the cost footprint with drones is mainly not about the 3D printed body, but with this very expensive gimbal technology, control technology, and it used to be a niche technology, and perhaps they only bought 600 per year on the world market, and it was sufficient, and you could ask 2 million euros per drone. But now, if we have 600,000 per year, then the prices have dropped 100-fold. So it has turned this disruption over, which has never happened in defense before. This is where I wanted to reach the armament or the equipment of war, with the example of such war as in Ukraine that lasts for years. So it's not sufficient to produce just 5,000 new pieces of equipment. You need extremely high amount of them. And if we look at how they have 3D printers in the basement because it could be hit, or if some elderly people are cutting this metal pipes, so they are producing them in the simple terms, very many. But the question to us, this huge change where the defense industry with the bigger footprint is phasing out and there's a new one emerging, can Estonia catch this train and to be able to produce at high volumes this new technology? Because we have to have the production capacity at home. You have to develop and produce at home because they develop so quickly in a few months, so that the production cannot be far away. How Estonian companies and software developers should contribute, or do we have the capacity or capability to follow them? We know how Ukrainian defense industry works. They come here, they want to develop here. What Estonia could do? When we look at Ukraine and Russia, how they innovate in a very different way. Russia is much more centralized, something works, they build up a huge factory to produce it, and they produce a lot. In Ukraine, it's basically taking place in someone's garages. They have several hundred drone companies, some produce more, but most of them are really small companies. And the drones that Ukrainians produce to themselves have the biggest market part, but they are not the best drones. So they think that the locally produced drones are best because they can test it right away. They make it today and tomorrow they can test it and improve it right away. So the evolution cycle is much quicker. And Estonia in this context, well, we have a very good base. We have about 50 companies from different sectors, drones, software, AI, water purifying technologies, but they are really at the initial stage. So there is a lot of enthusiasm, technological capability, and some funding. Less than 1 million euros are received quickly within days, thanks to friends and community. But we lack this volumes. we can't say that we produce at massive amounts something that could be sold to other countries to export. And what I have said to all of the startups in defense industry is that you need to test it right away. So in Ukraine, where the real war is taking place, in Ukraine, through defense ministries, something has been donated to them, and you don't really know what will happen to this piece of equipment eventually. So what really matters and what Ukrainians have said is that if you haven't been in this real battlefield, you are not existing. You don't know how the Russian technology works. You don't know how your technology works. But this is possible. I spent 5 days there. I got as many contacts as possible from military area to exchange with Estonian defense forces. So it's easy to get the contacts, but you have to be present, you have to talk to people, and you have to know the local language or find someone who helps you with it. But talking with the startups from Ukraine, what they say is that they are just you just test as soon as possible. You don't go to every producer in Ukraine. You call to someone you know who could help you right away. So this evolution is quick, and they don't follow many official rules within. And Kusti, our defense ministry has existed for, or defense industry has existed for a longer time. We are not starting from zero. Do we have some companies on the front on the battlefield in Ukraine? How are they doing? And can we actually have companies growing out of these activities that we could sell later to some bigger countries? I would like to go back to the previous question. I think we are in this unique situation today. At some point, this money will flow in, and the understanding of the security situation being declining so badly in Europe that we only need to put in money. We feel that it's coming. It hasn't reached us yet, but we have proof that Europe has been acting based on this. In 2022 October, in 2 weeks, Europe found 840 billion for it. It was cash right away. In COVID, 740 billion as well. They found it over the weekend. So if there is a really strong need, they find the resources. And during the financial crisis, over 300 billion as well. So the money will flow in at some point. And what happens then? The demand will start to increase the offer very strongly. So those who are present at the moment, who can scale, they will receive the capital and demand. I think we can see the situation in a very logical way. The innovation taking place in Ukraine today is real. We can see it by the drones, precision-guided weapons, new control systems. The innovation is going on in Ukraine, but it's not commercialized. Why? The war is taking place, and then corruption, general rule of law has issues. So the innovation is not getting out of the country. So for some reason in Ukraine, they have the understanding that Estonia is the place where you can commercially expand. Many startup companies have basically been founded in Estonia with regards to the European company. So the window is here for using this innovation, and why to have this capital in Estonia. It's not only about innovation, but it's about how much capital we could include and how much we could grow thanks to Ukraine. And the third question, yesterday it was announced that the defense industry fund was made. So the investments have increased into defense industry. And when we just leave the AI aside, we can see that this risk capital world has been outperforming very strongly, and the trend continued in 2023. And if we look at this year, then it seems to be continuing. But it is all focused on dual use. There is a very long story why banks don't want to invest into defense, but it's changing, but changing too slowly. So capital growth It's very single-purpose issue, and it's been left out almost completely. And so in Ukraine, most of the innovation is based on military and defense industry. So the focus that the fund has, they can invest into military sector and deadly weapons. So this is the market part that has not been covered.
I think Estonia has a unique possibility to be a place in Europe where the next generation defense industry is born. Many reasons for that. First, we have a very strong tech sector that is looking for output. There's companies, tens of companies who have been successful in other fields are now looking into defense. Estonia is #1 tech country in Europe, per capita at least. And there's a lot of talent and skill that can be rerouted into this new field. And then Ukraine. We have a closer connection with Ukraine and Ukrainians than many other countries. And many have registered their companies in Estonia, but they also want to operate in Estonia. They need resources, they need skill. I've been talking to many of them. At present, the Ukrainians, they do not have this possibility or capability to do this. So we could maybe also make things easier for them. For example, how to follow Estonian export rules, how to recruit people and so on, so that the founders in Ukrainian founders of companies in Estonia would also support Estonian economy. I think the ratio is about 3 to 1. About 1 Ukrainian company gets registered per 3 Estonian companies registered in Estonia. Let's make use of this. Well, last week the government came out with this Defense Investments Fund. They added the seed money, 50 million, so maybe it will be used in another half a year or so. And I would like to know whether the current defense industry companies are the ones interested in this. So how do you feel? How much our businesses are ready to invest in the coming years into the defense industry? Because often businesses are saying the government should be first allocating some money, and then the businesses would follow. First of all, you can invest what you've got. I believe that if we can get our defense fund going, then there would be other countries that would follow suit. So the capital base is being formed, I think. I'm not worried, rather, but I would focus rather on how many companies would be ready to invest their money and their talent into this business. We should have these founders, we should have these people who would be ready to switch from their IT work to start developing some military solution. At present, this momentum is good. There are many people involved in this, both from the patriotic point of view, but also from the point of view of doing something new. So the tech industry has been doing this for decades, building such companies from scratch. So we should apply this knowledge in a new field. And people do have capital. For example, in the past month, 4 defense-related startups put their funds together just in days, but they are small, 1 million or so. This can be done in a few days, but if you want to go bigger and grow bigger, then you have to have funds as well. So that is the right time for this Estonian Defence Fund to be created. In practical terms, there's this desire to do this. The change is going to happen. Sooner or later, the money has to end up in the defense field. But what should be done, for example, by the politicians, the civil servants, businesses? so that the next year and a half would be really practical. It's not that we need only to talk about these things, but we should be doing these things. So what are the 3 things that should be done? Let me come back to what Allan just said. You can approach the industrial sector from the bottom up. Fields organically, they are growing, and they will do this. But in the defense industry, although we have very strong companies that have been growing fast, but they do not have a dominating role macroeconomically. Now, once we've defined for ourselves that defense industry could be our growth engine in macroeconomic terms as well. For when we look at our GDP, this is 50 billion, 1% is 500 billion. So if we want this to be our growth engine, then 4-5% of the GDP should be made up of the defense sector, 2.5 billion or so in a year. We are contributing 1.3 billion today. Defense investments are 1 billion of those. 700,000 is already contributed to things that are needed. So we only have a few million left. So the question is, when we are speaking about making up this window of opportunity, and so we have to start increasing our defense capability as well at one point for reserves, for munitions and so on. And the question is, how much can be produced by ourselves and how much we need to buy? The chart has said 1.6 billion, which is clearly of macroeconomic importance, especially if we could make it grow. And if you have companies in the growth environment where the capital has been created in Estonia, and if we could start pushing this growth by using the same capabilities, loitering ammunitions and things like that, if we could produce this in Estonia in the coming 3-4 years, making use of this innovation that has been created in Ukraine already, then we could also achieve a macroeconomic effect. Otherwise, it would be just organic growth. Let the companies do something. We will give them some support and so on and so forth. And our defense expenditure is really big, and every extra euro should carry this message only to be spent in Estonia. So we should figure out how to do this, how to achieve this. You mentioned 3 things that could be done. Maybe I do not think what the priorities are, but I think we are on the right path. The 50 million fund as a first step, this is quite right, and it's really nice that this decision was made so fast, which is usually not happening in the government sectors. But we should not stop there, because we need other components as well, the purchases that Kusti just mentioned, and so on. There's a time for everything, and we may not be able to do everything at the same time. Maybe we could create these companies, but maybe the purchases can only be made in 6 months or so. But we should look at all of these options so that there would be a macroeconomic effect as well. Inevitably, the state and the private sector has to go together here. Secondly, we cannot waste time. We have to move really fast. We are in a war, and our adversaries across the border, and they've been trying all sorts of things already. And should something happen tomorrow, then I do not think that we are ready in a few days only. I mean, when the war in Ukraine is ended and the aggressor turns our eyes towards us. But today we just do not have hardware and skills. We have to really move fast here. Yes, the deadlines are ambitious. Well, in 2 months we should have the mandate for the fund ready. Why not in 1 month? Why do we have to wait for other funds for 2 years to come? Why not in 6 months? You have to be ambitious. And a third thing that I would like to add, namely, in addition to money, we should also look at another thing, regulations. Yeah, should we change the Weapons Act? This has been discussed, but it is in the Parliament now and still being dragged there. But I'll give you a real example. There's, for example, a company wants to build air defense system in 6 months. Where can they test it? Where can they design it? Where they can get ammunitions and import ammunitions? I think in Estonia you're allowed only to do this on a government level or something. The private person cannot touch even these things. So there is no background process for developing lethal weapons. When we really want to develop a real weapon system, then it is not so easy in Estonia. Not elsewhere in the world, it's not easy either. But we could move faster in this field.
So 2 months, it's the latest. If the fund manager and market participants agree on the conditions sooner, they can move on quicker. But when talking about contributing with the Estonian tax money, so this defense industry that potentially could grow, and we said we need the 2 billion companies. Based on the Estonian need, Estonian market, we don't find these companies. So how could we reach to this point that if this huge amount of money flows to Europe, to companies, then how could we attract this capital to Estonia? Because we won't reach, we won't go far with just developing on our own. We might need to support companies that could sell their technologies to bigger countries, or they could export it to Ukraine. So how could we reach this point? What are the obstacles or bottlenecks that we have to overcome so that we could really start thinking that our defense industries companies could be quite considerable companies next to Rheinmetall or next to some other company, and that they could bring in money, improve market, and bring in money to our defense budget. So how could we get from the costs to income? So what could we think about? If we knew so well how to do it, how to make these 2 billion companies, we wouldn't be here at this conferences. So the macro picture is so, when we look at the defense budget that is decreasing, then when the market decreases, then the companies start building this kind of market obstruction so that others wouldn't be able to come to the market. And that's where all these lethal technologies are hard to produce in Estonia, and it's even harder in some other countries. So when you think about producing new weapons, you need at least 2 years, and you don't even know if you get to sell it to someone. So no company wants to put their money into this. And the second thing that has happened, when the market is shrinking, but you want to keep the competence in these bigger companies, then during the past 30 years, all of this development money, or 80% of it, has gone to improving it's been doing cold plating. And it has taken us to the situation where Western countries have really good capabilities, patriots. They can really shoot down on 70 kilometers the missiles. It's a top-notch technology. But the problem is they are produced 650 per year. So if we wanted to shoot down all of the missiles, then we would spend the yearly amount in few weeks. And now Lockheed Martin said that they would increase it by 30%. And titles in the newspapers were saying that it doesn't mean anything. It would still be less than 2,000 per year, and it would only work, or it would only be reach this amount in 2026 or later. And Russians, what they have done, they have taken off this gold plating and they have turned their eyes to mass production. Technologically, it's not so good, not so precise and resistant, but they produce more in thousands, and they are 100 times cheaper. So this is where we have to turn our eyes to. We have to be able to produce drones, missiles, everything. We have to produce them much more. Maybe they would be 20% less efficient or good as previously, but there would be a bigger amount. And if we manage to cooperate so well with Europe and that we would have the volume, then where to make it work? We have the reserve forces, which has a good readiness. We are constantly exercising. Now in this military exercise, we have 14,000 soldiers. So it's the biggest military exercise in Europe now, and we have the reserve. And if we also say that we have the startup nest, digital culture, all of these things. There's no such thing as digital ecosystem in the world. It's something that people in the world have started to say that this is existing in Estonia. It's not some kind of, it's not like Amazonas rainforest. It's a competitive edge that we have created to ourselves, and we have, and we should really take advantage of it. If people think that we know how to do this technology here and scale it, then we should talk about it and say that we can develop great apps, we can develop really great drones that shoot very precisely, and I think there are people in the world who would believe it. And we don't really have to cross this barrier of trust even. That was a very interesting comparison with news by Lockheed Martin, considering that in this war we have 3 schools. The Western military school that is used to produce with a lot of money super technological weapons, and about 4 million or so spent. And it's been developed for a very long time, military complex developed for long. There are all kinds of connections available already among themselves, so small countries have very many difficulties to become the prime contractors. So they haven't tested them in real war. Then there is the Russian school that produces very simple and old weapons, but in high amounts. And third school, Ukrainians. And for example, the Iranian attack to Israel, 300 ballistic missiles, drones, and so on. And they shot them down, spending about $1 billion. So it was a pretty big attack. In Ukraine, usually there are hundreds in the worst day, but still quite measurable amounts. If in Ukraine they had to shoot down so many missiles as Israel shot down, then everyone would start talking about Ukraine. What they do is that they are shooting these cheap Iranian drones down with very cheap artillery equipment. So if a small cost meets a small cost, the cost symmetry has been achieved. I think Estonia is very much in this Ukrainian school with the way we think. We are used to cheaply and quickly produce things that work and scale them. And why am I optimistic about it? Because if in technology sector we have built quite well in few years, none of us knew how to build a business software or robots and to sell them to the world. We learned it, and we have many talented people and skills how to teach it and how to make something out of nothing. And if we transfer this knowledge to a new sector, defense technology sector, then I'm sure this talent we have can do it again. I'm very optimistic about it. We have the skills, but what would help? Money, obviously. There isn't enough of money in this sector yet, so we really should help these companies to start off. But none of these companies I've seen are not based their business plan on the Estonian market. The same way as with startups, the Estonian market is almost non-existent, and in defense industry the same. They have some testing, some first orders. They can show that they already have orders, but none of these startups is thinking about Estonia only. So we should help them. Let's open the doors for them, and let's make noise and improve the Estonian image and help them with contacts and everything else, and then we'll go on.
Coming back to Ukraine once again, and how Ukraine is a school that is best suited for us as well. Should we then have our partners in Ukraine cooperate on the battlefield as well, because the success stories come from where things are really happening, because in the defense industry they are not only believing in the lab tests, so to say. So maybe we could cooperate more closely with the Ukrainians. And what are these opportunities? We have decided that we will help Ukraine in the military by contributing 0.25% of our GDP. So could we also send our products there for testing there? Maybe out of 4, 1 would operate. Kusti, what is your opinion? I can see that there are no lab conditions on this market. As soon as people are speaking about growth, then they start speaking about AI and bioengineering, even if no one is buying this today. But the reality is, if we could create rockets with a 5-kilo warheads that can hit a target precisely at 40 kilometers, just like HIMARS, everything would be bought. The Germans, the Americans, the Dutch, they all would find money to buy it. The demand for those things is there. And at the same time, there is the same amount of innovation lacking, which shows on how we see this market as well. I've been talking to people from Europe as well. We are speaking about the defense market today because this is closely related to security. We cannot do this. In the 1990s, they spoke in Germany about cars. Only the German automobile producers know how to sell automobiles in Germany. Well, take the roaming costs. It was changed. Well, take Italians said only Italians know how to make telephone calls in Italy. So the free market has not been introduced to these fields. And if the free market does not exist, then your competitive edge based on price and things like that can be measured, plus if you have a market like that, then the innovation does not work there too much, if you have such a stagnant market. But if the demand is greater, then the barriers just disappear by themselves, because if you need the things today, you cannot wait 4 years. So we should not stick to such industrial dogmas. And given that we are a small country, then we can move faster. That would be an opportunity for us to conquer that market niche. The war in Ukraine shows that this is a real exercise in innovation and moving fast. But Allan, Kusti said that 40 kilometers at the precision of 5 meters, and you'll get the demand for such warheads. Can you see this happening in the near term? So once you have one success story, then it's easier for others to follow. So when you are talking to your tech companies like this, I do not know a company that is trying to create warheads or weapon systems that would work on such parameters. Not in Estonia, not in Ukraine, but there are other things happening. Lots of other things are being created. For example, can AI manage a drone at the last kilometer and decide who to kill? So the Russians are not going to care about this at all, but there are companies, I think, in Estonia that are planning to produce or already producing things that are really useful. And I continue to be optimistic. So if there is a specification like this, 40 kilometers, 5 kilos, and precision of 5 meters. So give us a place where we can test it, Aegviidu or Nursipalu, wherever. given that we have run out of time and we are heading into a coffee break. So let's sum up. Everything seems to be very positive. We've been taking the right steps as a state, as a government, with our political decisions during the war in Ukraine. And we have also decided now to strengthen our defense industry. So there seems to be a will to do that. So maybe in a year's time we can speak about what's been actually achieved. Thank you.
Üks hea. Aitäh panelistidele.
Thank you to the panelists, Kusti Salm, Allan Martinson, ja Gerrit Mäesalu, the moderator. So 15 minutes for the coffee break. Please make use of this because lunch will be served in more than an hour. So 12:15, let's continue. And we talk energy then.
Thanks. Sul pulti pole vaja? Nii.
So everyone in the corridor, please join us. Unfortunately, if you hear my wonderful voice, then it means that you have to come back here to continue with our schedule and agenda. And I'm pleased to ask the Minister of Climate to the stage, Kristen Michal, and he will start the next mini section of this part of the day, focusing on energy and competitiveness, which can be created with the well-organized energy sector, or could be ruined if it's unorganized. And so first of all, we will hear the presentation from the minister, after which we will have the panel discussion. We will speak in English in this panel, so whoever feels it would be more comfortable to take the headset to listen to the interpretation, feel free to do so. Take the headset from the table at the end of the room. It's easier to follow. Since we only have two speakers who are English-speaking speakers, then we won't mix the languages. So we will carry the panel discussion out in English this time. So not to make it too complicated. But now I think I have talked enough. I imagine everyone is here, and I'll give the floor to Kristen Michal to give his presentation on the topic, the Estonian competitiveness at the top of the world. Hello, I hope you can all hear me. I'm sure you see me very well. Thank you, Erik, for the introduction. Thank you to the organizers, dear guests, dear Kai, my colleague from Finland, who joined us regardless budgetary discussions happening in Finland. So if in Finland they have less money in the climate budget, then this is his fault, you know where to write. My presentation will be in Estonian, but later in the debate we will speak in English, so you can listen to the interpretation of this presentation. I will talk about a trend happening now in the world, which is the direction of the world energy sector, why it is important, not only because we wish for a better future, cleaner world, cleaner future, but also because it's important from the state security's defense, state security's point of view. The world is pretty gloomy, or has been pretty gloomy recently, not only due to economic issues, but also due to the COVID crisis. There are many questions what will happen with the economy. On the background, we have the war, different processes. First of all, this beautiful picture. There are many, but this is the newest from 20th of April. Usually when we look at it, average Estonian would ask, are we lucky or not? Because we are in the colder zone. Each of you can decide themselves whether you prefer warm or cold climate. But the fact is, climate change is happening. It's inevitable. It is influencing the world and the way we live our lives, how we do certain things, how we use the renovation funds we have for our buildings, how transportation will change, and how the economy functions. This also means that the world changes at a broader scale. If we look at the trends from a moment of that day, describes that at some point, hundreds of millions or even billions of people in the future will look for a new economic area where they could live, not only through north and south. These movements will take also place in Europe, and such trends are inevitable. What we can do, there are two things. First, the reasons. If we can change the reasons, A very big influence comes from the energy sector, and the second is climate security and adaptation to the changing climate, how we will change these renovation funds that we have. Now, energy. I've tried to keep these slides and graphs as simple as possible so that they would be self-explanatory. But if we look at this graph, it describes the investments of the world a few years ago. It's from 2022, and it shows the direction of the world with their investments in energy sector. They are clearly going towards sustainable energy. Also investments into energy efficiency and energy grids and storage devices. It's very important to understand such a trend. This is happening everywhere in the world, but it's not exactly the same everywhere. This graph is from 2 years ago, and probably the colors and graphs would be different today. The general picture, however, is such that in the US we have quite many fossil investments done a couple of years ago and even now into fossil fuels. But the Europe, if you look at these graphs, Europe is moving towards cleaner and sustainable energy use. And from our point of view, it's a very good trend. Even China is contributing quite well into energy savings. Obviously, there is still quite a strong line of coal that is being used, and the rest of the world is still emitting CO2, quite a lot of CO2 emissions to develop to the point that developed countries have reached. And if we look at this situation, in general, according to the International Energy Agency that I'm referring to here on this slide, their graphs and diagrams indicate the same thing in different analysis, that in developed or developing world, they are moving towards with cleaner energy with such a force that they can improve the world and make it a better place. It means that fossil fuels that partly are causing these climate issues, that are causing some worse off decisions in some parts of the world, are the reasons for it. And phasing out fossil fuels, let's say Estonians are very rational. They might say, yes, this is great, but how does it relate to us? It relates in several aspects. One, how we live, what we breathe, how we feel ourselves. I've said this previously as well. It's nothing new to Estonian listeners. According to the Health Board data, in Ida-Viru County, which has oil shale industry, the average life expectancy to an average child is 5 years less than in Tallinn or Tartu. So 5 years off of a person's life is quite a lot. And probably a big part relates to respiratory diseases. But in addition to the world becoming better in general, phasing out fossil fuels is also good for our security. When looking at the world as a whole, then fossil fuels are very often produced at big quantities by countries that don't share the same democratic values that us. This describes two choices we have. One is the choice of climate. You can agree or not. It might be something unbelievable to people, and at the same time they think we have this and at the same time we have to look at the security area and economy. When we look at the trends in the future, this is regarding the transport, it describes that road transport is reducing. Aviation, maritime transport might be decreasing. Private transportation in the long term will reduce fossil fuel consumption. if we look at the worries in Estonia, energy has quite a lot of potential to reduce the footprint. Transport is one of the areas where reducing the footprint is slower. Kai maybe can talk about talk about it more in the debate. But there is a pretty good transport follow-up market for electric cars in Finland. In Estonia, we don't have such a thing, so that could be a new direction for us. And another comment, how to measure success or failure. Just an example. With the consistent politics, this is the news from a couple of years ago from Financial Times, and it describes how with natural gas, Europe has been able to behave very strongly. For the past years, Russian energy companies have been hit quite hard due to this. At least what regards natural gas, but with oil, this hasn't been the case yet. I think with fossil fuels, we have the interest, value-based interest to cut off countries that do not share the values that we share, especially our eastern neighbor. And now, a few slides of possibilities for success and failure. To start with failure, in Estonia, it might be either a good or bad news, depends. On the bad news side, we have things that come from the past that we could get rid of. High CO2 emissions in energy sector, we could phase out this. Peat industry. I'm not saying the industry is bad. Industry can offer a lot of support, but from Estonian point of view, this is adding a very giving a very small added value. It causes too much CO2 emissions, and it doesn't correspond to what we expect from the future. So peat industry gives 10% of emissions and only 1% of economy. So you can see the relation, and it is not a viable solution for the future. Maybe the problem is in the methods or how this money is divided in euro. So Estonia can produce peat, but the valorization goes to somewhere else. Oil shale, we can use it to heat, but it doesn't have value in the rest of the world anymore. Energy buildings that are not so energy efficient, we should get to the point with the building where they are energy efficient and give a value to people in addition to the value of having a home. They could also reduce their costs. Waste has a problem for us because the value we put together the valuable stuff and not so valuable part of waste. When we look at the success stories or this side of success and good news, we have all of the possibilities. And once we have in Estonia, very often they just talk about negative, but actually we have all of the possibilities. In energy, we have very ambitious plans and decisions have been made. I hope that we can receive quite a lot of support to our economy thanks to these decisions to increase our competitiveness. We talk about the industry that produces on clean energy, able to export to Scandinavia and other countries. Then, yes, industry will consume quite a lot of clean energy, but without these decisions, we won't have these industries. If we had just continued with the same plan in the government that there was about the aggressive salesman of Estonia, we have this joke about salespeople who are just waiting for these calls but do not call to anyone, then we wouldn't be discussing which companies would consume such energy. Natural resources, we have quite many natural resources. I can talk about them later on in the future. It would be reasonable to research these natural resources to make a conscious decision to use them as a reserve in the future. Material industry, neo and skeleton probably don't need any introduction. The question is, what is the market for them to grow? New fuel industry, there is interest towards this. The Ministry of Economic Affairs and Communications is working on it. And first of all, they want two things from this area, clean energy and access to the raw material. Digital market, we often forget about it. And then circular economy and buildings, energy efficiency and renovation. So if you look at this graph, it indicates what is happening in the world in general. And I don't want to cause any anxiousness because there is sufficient amount of anxiousness in the society already. What is good with this? This influence to Estonia, the influence to Estonia is quite small still, and we can take advantage of it. We can use our competitive edge. It's clean energy, clean nature, weather. It's less turbulent than in other parts of the world. And we can definitely develop different kind of infrastructure. Rail Baltic, that should be working in 2030 already, other trade routes so that the Estonian economy could have different outlooks. So all of this puts together our competitive edge. And I would say that we have quite a good and optimistic outlook. We should just use it, first of all. So cheaper energy, then resources, whether wood, natural resources, take the existing materials into use so that we could separate more valuable, less valuable materials. This creates new jobs. And let's not forget the success stories that we already have, the digital world that contributes to everything that will happen in the economy in the future. So my time is up. I'm sorry if I talk too long. That's how it is in life. But I think it was a very important and valuable input to the debate.
Yeah, suur tänu.
Thank you. This is truly how life is. But we can continue now with our panel. Please sit down. And I would like to invite the Minister of Climate and Environment of Finland, Kai Mykkänen. And I would also like to invite the European Director of the Sumitomo company, Graham Holman. Please come forward.
I'll start with 4 fresh data points to frame our discussion a little bit, although we're not going to talk about that only, but it's just for a mindset. All our fresh news, everything is going on right now. As of today, it is 66% chance that this year will be even warmer than the last year that broke all temperature records throughout all humanity's lifespan on the planet Earth. It's the best estimate at the moment is that 2024 will be just above 1.5 degrees Celsius, which was, as you remember, the target for Paris climate agreement for the end of this century, not this year, but end of this century. During the last week, data point number 2, during the last week there have been massive floods from extraordinary rains in Kenya, in Indonesia, in Iran, in Texas, United States, in Curacao, in the Caribbean, in Turkey, even in Germany, in Saudi Arabia, in China, and the biggest ones in southern Brazil, which are the biggest floods that have ever been recorded there. Data point number 3 is that United States Federal Trade Commission revealed an elaborate plan by leading fossil fuel companies who colluded with OPEC a couple of years ago by rising the price of oil artificially, which benefited or contributed 1/4 of the inflation that we had at the year 2021. As we remember, this was the year when the inflation really took off. And final data point is not the freshest news, but it's still ongoing, that global subsidies for fossil fuel sector are still more than 7 trillion in a year, says IMF, which is much, much higher than any subsidies to climate-friendly technologies, which is real. What we call it in Estonia, the word is planned economy. That's what some people who are against climate efforts are trying to call the green economy. So that's where we are now. Just for a starter, then how is our big energy transition going? Are you hopeful? And I start from Kristen briefly, because you already had your word.
Thank you. Briefly. Yeah, I'm hopeful because if you look at the Estonian decisions, then probably in Kaja's government, Prime Minister is here looking at us. This was probably the biggest renewables decision in all Estonia's history. So yeah, I'm hopeful, and probably Estonia should be, because to be honest, if we deliver, and I think we will deliver, that probably will overshoot even our, let's say, estimate that we should have, let's say, 100% of our consumption from renewables. So, yeah, on Estonia's side, I'm hopeful. All over the world, that's maybe second. Yeah, I have a different opinion, but you told me to be brief, so it's.
Minister Mikkonen, do you have some optimism left?
Yes, I do. Since, despite you describe the facts about the global situation being quite worrisome, and on the other hand, we are very far away from actually global, even peaking the fossil usage globally. But even globally, I have some hope, because even if humankind, we are short-minded as our nature, we are small tribe animals, that we usually are much more interested about constructing new walls between each other than doing something together, especially globally. But the good fact is that we are very innovative. And I believe that, yes, we will fix the problems that we create. And there is also solutions of actually capturing carbon directly from atmosphere and this kind of things, which I think that in the second half of this century will be deployed if we first drive into a situation where actually global warming is getting to really strategically problematic levels, which is happening if there is no miracle now. And definitely what Kristen also mentioned, if we look to Europe, then we are, I would say, we can be more optimistic about quite fast phase out from fossils than we could have been 10 years ago. If you look that we are quite well on our path towards minus 55% in fossil emissions by 2030 in whole Europe. We might be able to agree about 90% reduction in net emissions by 2040. These are quite fast changes. 10 years ago, we had only 40% target for 2030 in Europe. And if I look to Finland, for instance, well, only last year our emissions from energy and industry dropped about 19%, and this amount was about 80% of the total emissions from our passenger cars. So very fast changes, especially in energy and industry, where still in the European context the largest emissions are. And then the electrification of transportation comes in and so forth. But of course there is challenges as well. But yes, I'm also optimistic that first of all, it makes sense to get rid of fossils. It makes sense to get rid of the dependence on Russia or other outside fossil providers. And second, yes, that's the right thing to do, also to learn to live without creating emissions which risk the life of future generations.
Thank you. Mr. Holman, do you have hope?
Yeah, before I make a few remarks, I think I'm right. Is it 20 years this month since Estonia ascended to both the EU and NATO? I think it's 20 years this month. As a Brit visiting from the UK, can I just say, please keep with the EU stuff. It works. It's a very good idea, if you can. I'm optimistic as well. The words I've had today, some key words: freedom, ambition, and security. Those seem to be themes, coming from London today that I'm hearing about. I would say I'm ambitious for Estonia in particular. There's a couple of reasons. The first one is two pillars of the EU's policy for decarbonisation is green and digital. And there is wide respect already for Estonia's efforts on digital. That's proven. We know about the startup capital of the world, the most advanced digital society in the world. I think I've heard the only things you can't do online are get married and divorced or something like that.
Yeah, you probably can get married.
You can get married, you just can't get divorced.
I hope so.
Our own company comes every year through one of our subsidiaries to something called Latitude 59. That's your key startup event. We have relations with Estonia, Invest Estonia. We entered into a distribution agreement with Skeleton Technologies for graphene-based ultracapacitors. So I think the digital side, Estonia has proven itself. So then there is the green side, and the government has such strong ambitions with the climate law and the hydrogen map as well. So I think that ambition will follow what's happened on digital. And if I could just say a point as well, I think culturally, what I have seen is a culture of resilience and determination. Things like the singing revolution in the early, mid-1980s, and the Baltic chain was that millions of people among the three capitals. Things like this are incredibly, respect-worthy in terms of cultural resilience. So the energy transition needs that, and I think that Estonia can achieve that. Because this word about freedom that has been part of Estonia's culture and history, I mean, that's one aspect of respecting the dignity of life, human dignity. And I think on the flip side, protecting the natural environment is another important aspect of respecting human dignity. So those two things together, really respecting the inherent dignity of life. So I think putting those together I am optimistic about that. So we are just looking to deepen our friendship, really, and involvement in Estonia. So also I'm optimistic, just another couple of points. One is about partners and collaboration. I mean, Sumitomo Corporation, I don't know if you know, we started a 400-year history, and the first big business was copper mining in Japan. And so over 400 years, the company built a conglomerate based on mining, manufacturing, and financing. And we also understood about energy transition. We had problems at the mine in the 17th century with regard to sulfur oxide emission and reforestation of mountains. And so we understand about the energy transition. So I think we are a good partner. We have experience of lots of industries. Some are moving very quickly, automotive. Others are very hard to abate. But so we're on the coalface, as it were, of showing how these companies can actually transition to renewable energy. So what we're really trying to do is to be a good partner, because we see the whole energy transition needs unprecedented levels of collaboration and partnership. I mean, I've come across things like in the UK, there's something called the Bacton Energy Hub. At the moment, it's an oil and gas hub, but we are in the supply interest group and demand interest group trying to see how this can be changed to blue hydrogen and then green hydrogen. And also something for me as well is a collaboration in the global supply chains. Minister talked about renewable energy. You've got to collaborate in supplying, you have to have human rights across the whole global supply chain in whatever you're dealing with. Otherwise, it just won't be sustainable. That's another big impact. And also, the Minister mentioned renewable energy generally. I saw a report from the World Economic Forum and McKinsey about critical minerals and the global supply chain for critical minerals. this also has to be sorted out and has to be collaborated. Otherwise, you're going to end up with those same geopolitical traps that we've seen in the past.
Okay, thank you. I think we will come to the risks of transition in a while. But first of all, I wanted to ask Minister Kai. Finland has pledged to become carbon neutral already by 2035. Which is much more ambitious than it seems at the moment. We're much more ambitious than even the 2050 target that is agreed on Europe-wide. But do you think that it's doable? And how are you planning to make it?
Yeah, well, a good question and a hard one. It is possible, but it needs action and also some positive dimensions in the unknown development. Because honestly saying, 4 years ago when the national climate law was decided in Finland, then the idea was that okay, we would have a 21 million tons per annum net sink of forests and forest land and the similar size of fossil emissions in 2035. And that would make the match that we would be carbon neutral by 2035, one of the first nations in the world, actually, very ambitious in comparison to Sweden or any other. Fossil emissions are getting quite right. We might land to somewhere 20 million tons in 10 to 11 years, according to the current prognosis. Might be even faster if we manage to get rid of fossil oil totally in Kilpilahti oil refinery from Neste, for instance, and get rid of fossils in steel factories a bit faster than it now looks. But the challenge is that actually the forest sink, the methodology of calculating it has become, I would say, more precise and more pessimistic. And on the other hand, since we can't import wood anymore from Russia, which was actually a significant part of our wood industry value chain, that has shifted the harvesting to grow in Finnish forests. And it's also a philosophical question whether that is more sustainable or less sustainable. Although beforehand we harvested in Russian Karelia and now inside Finland. But definitely we have to be open about the challenge, about the sink challenge here. So we must do actions how to actually make our forests to capture more carbon from the atmosphere to be able to match that target. And we are now in the process of defining the new energy and climate strategy, which should be given to the Parliament next winter. So then I would be better off in answering the question. But I think that the main thing is, of course, that we must get rid of fossils in our economy and to become rather soon not only carbon neutral but actually carbon negative nation and an area to be able to improve the situation. As I mentioned in the first round, that I believe that we not also have to and we can fix climate first when we have spoiled it a bit too much. And here there is also positive new ways to surprise ourselves. For instance, in Finnish forest industry, there is about 25 million tons of biogenic CO2, some from wood burning sources, CO2 going to the atmosphere, which could be captured and stored or used to durable products or to replace fossil fuels by biomethanol or RFNBO fuels in aviation. And this carbon capture and usage is one option which we don't yet have in our prognosis. 10 years is a short time to develop a totally new ecosystem. But if you look to the European Commission's communication from February about 2040 package, it's quite much relies on the idea that we would have about 50 million ton biogenic CO2 captured by 2040. So we need to have surprises. And actually 10 years ago, if I would have said here that yes, in 2024 in Finland and in Sweden wind power would be the second largest source of power and the fastest growing power source without any subsidies, you probably wouldn't you wouldn't believe this. But now that's a reality. And if I would have said that, yes, in Finland we are actually we have got rid of importing electricity by 2023, and 95% of our electricity production is CO2 free already 2023. You also probably wouldn't have believed if you knew the figures 10 years ago. And so I also believe that there might be positive surprises within next 10 years and not only negative surprises. And of course we need to do things to enable those positive surprises of new technologies emerging. Was it carbon capture? Was it faster electrification of the transport sector, or was it then new ways to enable larger forest sinks?
Mr. Holman mentioned here our singing revolution and the cultural resilience of Estonian society that has to be commonly behind this objective or target, but I must say that it's not the case in Estonia. What comes to energy, what comes to climate issues, then our nation definitely is torn into different parts, and the debate is quite heated. So it's very, from your point of view, how big are the voices in Finland who want to continue with business as usual? So let's not do more than we must, and let's not damage our economy, etc.
Yeah, well, definitely a good question, and yes, unfortunately, me and Kristen, we are in a sector where we should actually have some bonuses in our salary of doing things which are very having tensions between interests, and also in Finland, climate and nature protection are of high debate and very strong opinions from different social groups. I think what is quite much consensus still, also if you compare to 20-30 years ago in Finland, when I was starting my career and I made my candidate thesis about emission trading system, and already in the high school I was studying acid rains and stuff. Those days there were many people who really thought that we don't have any problem. But I think that there's quite much a consensus that yes, we should get rid of fossils. And this is a positive starting point already for a consensus. But then, of course, if you ask that how much gasoline price can cost during next 5 to 10 years to enable electric fuels to come in or to catalyst the change to electrification, then of course there is very different opinions. In Finland we still managed to agree when we formed this current coalition, which has true Finns, which usually are more conservative about environmental issues than we as the Prime Minister party, and then to smaller parties, we managed to agree that, okay, for instance, the renewable blending obligation in transport fuels, it continues to grow. But with a bit milder forecast or milder path than was agreed by the last government, who actually didn't obey their own path, but still. And we agreed that actually the glue of our energy and climate policy is to that we double clean electricity production in Finland within 10 to 15 years. We reform our nuclear energy law so that it would be actually enabling investment to also clean base load, which we also need. We can't create hydrogen economy with only wind and solar and so forth. And when it comes to also getting rid of fossils in heating sector, yes, there is certain discussion about whether we need to stick to using some part of peat, for instance, for fuels. But in Finland, it has been diminishing the part of that because of emission trading systems, and I think that we in the end have still quite much a consensus that the path is towards less burning of anything to clean electricity, which we can multiply, and using that also for district heating and electrifying the industry, heavy industry and transportation. So I think this is there is, of course, pessimists, but pessimism is different thing than being totally opposed. And I think that this getting rid of fossils is quite much agreed as a target and also a path towards where we are getting. Then those things that are close to everyone's everyday costs and life, as fuel costs of transportation, or then how you can treat your own forest. There is 600,000 forest owners in Finland, and that kind of issues, they are of a harsh debate.
Well, thank you. We will come to the economic aspects of this energy transition. But first of all, I would like to ask our Minister Michal that it seems that here goes some of your talk about competitive advantage that we get from clean energy goes out of the window, because here are our competitors and they already have 90+% fossil-free energy. Their targets are much more ambitious than ours. Then we are just surviving with your policies and not getting any advantage, or what do you see that?
It might be, because we live next to the world's happiest nation, which are Finns, so it might be also true. But yeah, that is probably true. If you look at the energy prices, it's like the first among top 5 probably are the Nordic countries, and we are just after it. So it's about 6th to 9th place in the table. But the question of competitiveness probably is that, to be honest, Estonia doesn't have any alternative also. If you look at the energy sector, then I even don't know, maybe you can ask the banks or anybody else, that would you invest in any production which is not calculating its climate risks, which is not mitigating them, which is not able to answer what kind of energy it uses to have these productions to goods to export, let's say, to Scandinavia. So we don't have any other way. So probably the question of competitiveness comes all together with energy, which is clean, which is the source of exports, which is also, let's say, lower with the price compared to, let's say, fossils right now. It's probably last year it was about 9 cents per kilowatt hour. It probably will be 6 to 7 cents per kilowatt hour. And if you look at, let's say, I was talking to German colleagues, and they said that if they don't have the renewables, their price will be higher than Estonia's predicted price. So for us, the markets are open if we can deliver at that price the energy. So this is the part of the competitiveness, and there's no other way to have clean energy. So I even cannot imagine that what would be the other plan to say that we will step out of the European Union. We will have very conservative government, and we will produce oil shale energy, and good luck everybody. But that won't happen. So
yeah, probably, but for a reason that it's beyond me. Actually, this is something that will not go away from our debate all the time. That there's. You might say that the government, although is very pro-environmentally friendly energy solutions, the society as a whole has not been taken along.
Not so, probably. I don't have the figures. Probably in Estonia, one famous think tank, SAAB, has the figures, but usually they have the figures, but maybe somebody else. But I would say, as Kai mentioned also, that the argument of the price and the economics is very important with the renewables. And in Estonia, the renewables are very, I would say, quite popular with the price, because it's cheaper than fossils. And even the most conservative voters probably, and politicians from the parliament, I have no survey to base on, but I must say probably they have also solar panels on the houses and windmills in the yard. So it's not different. So it's much more cost effective, and for the economy, all in all, it's also based for exports.
Yes, and maybe to illustrate that, just the fact that actually average electricity price was last year in Europe, the lowest was in Sweden, the second lowest was in Finland, and if you look the fossil-free electricity share of the electricity mix, it's also the highest in these countries. So definitely, as Michal told, that if you look like wind energy or also solar, even nuclear, which is marginal costs very, very low, then you can afford cheap energy. If you are burning fossil fuels, especially inside Europe when you have the emission trading system, but also outside Europe as the fossil prices have a very risk of having a high changes and sometimes getting very expensive, then you are worse off if thinking about energy poverty.
Yes, if you look at any serious analysis or estimation of the costs of climate change on economy and on society, it always is far bigger than the cost of transition, cost of transitioning to clean energy or clean green policies. And however, the cost of this green transition is still huge, and we are quite far from meeting it. It is estimated that it should be global investment in green technologies, in energy sector especially, would need to be around 9 trillion per year, but at the moment it's a little bit more than 1.3 trillion per year, and most of this money is supposed to come from private sector.
Yeah.
And some 30% probably from public sectors through different mechanisms. And now you as a private investor, the question is, what would you need to make a huge investment, for example, into the competitiveness of Estonia and to our clean environment system? What is the requirement that would make you to open your wallet and give us a huge amount of money and make a beautiful big offshore wind park here?
We would love to be involved in offshore wind here. Yes, I completely understand the tensions of the politics. I mean, we are looking towards the result of the EU parliamentary elections next month. We expect there to be a shift to the right, in part because of this pressure on cost of living. In the UK, we've seen the government push back bans on the banning of new petrol and diesel cars. There's pushback on some of Labour policies. But a lot of this, for me, was a bit headline politics. You know, the Conservatives in the UK are panicking because they're behind in the polls, and Labour also were very concerned about this cost of living pressure. But from the private investor point of view, I would say really clear and consistent messages from governments with the supporting mechanisms that private investment needs to hold that hand and to move forward. I think it can be achieved. This is, as you said, private investment has to unlock these huge amounts of money. And I think it can be done. Looking at the way this has happened in the States with their fund, with the IRA, that act. I remember once during COVID reading an article with President Macron, and he was saying that in regard to the energy transition, before COVID, some of the arguments were, you can't get people to go along with this stuff. You can't get people to change their behavior at such a fundamental level. No flying, no holidays. And look what happened to COVID. We all stopped going to work. Everything stopped. People changed their habits and their, what they did day to day dramatically. And Macron's point was, if you can do it for COVID, why can't you do it for the environment? So I think clear and consistent messaging from the political side.
How consistent must it be? Is 3 years enough of consistency? Because we have a 4-year cycle, electoral cycle.
I think as long as it takes. And also it's a coalition of the willing, isn't it, really? You're doing the right thing. We all know the science behind it. And that's why I tried to link that, the Estonian, that determination on freedom to human dignity, to life and its environment. These things are not divisible. It's the right thing to do. As I said, we work in a company that has 8 divisions, and we see the whole range of our industries trying to convert, trying to transition. And there's some where it's very difficult, but we as a company have made that commitment. And so for us, we would like just clear and consistent political support for this because it's the right thing to do, while completely understanding the political pressures that you're all under. It is difficult, but I think with great partners and great collaboration and showing that promise of the future and showing what collaboration can do, and as you said about the prices, years ago people didn't think that the price of renewables could be competing or cheaper at this time. It was, if you looked at the projections, it was always years ahead. So yeah, I really think that would be a key message. Thank you.
Okay. We must end with security questions, because this is one of the things that people most often ask. And there is the issue that all of the countries around our region are doing the same thing. They all are investing in solar, even in Finland, in the far north, and as you mentioned, the biggest energy investment goes to wind energy. It means that we will have deficit at the same time and surplus of energy at the same time, and some say that this cannot be handled. But as you are the ones who have to solve these problems, how does it look from your perspective?
Well, first of all, I think that we need also part of the electricity mix to be like clean base load. That's why we are also relying on a certain part of nuclear. We just opened a year ago Europe's largest new reactor, Olkiluoto 3, and now about 40% of the electricity production is from nuclear. That helps the balancing, that you have the base then. Of course, then in the Nordic system, one advantage is the large amount of hydro energy, which is mainly from Norway and Sweden, some, but also northern Finland. And then we need new energy storages, and I don't mean only batteries, but even more. There is very interesting project in Finland, Vantaa, actually very near to the Helsinki-Vantaa airport, that there would be a 1 million cubic meter hot water depository, which you would load in summertime, maybe with solar electricity, and then it would actually serve 50,000 people's annual district heating needs with one load of this one depository. If this kind of things can be scalable, then that is already part of solving the puzzle, that you use solar when it's sunny, and then you load solar to the hot water, and then you use the hot water when it's cold and dark. And then pump storage stations are planned to several places in Finland and so forth. So we have technical, and then of course the demand response, which comes close to the actually consumer digital solutions, smart homes. There would be plenty of easy solutions technology-wise, how you would actually take the heating off the grid for 3-5 hours when it's peak demand in electricity-wise, and people wouldn't even know. But it's more of the mentally problem that in residential circles, the housing associations or house owners, most of them are maybe not so eager to catch these benefits of the dynamic electricity use. But there is possibilities, and I think that within next 10 years we will use these all. But definitely, I would also must stress that one challenge, I think, in Europe has been that we have been too harsh against using nuclear, because if we would now have nuclear, for instance, in Germany, large scale, then we would be much easier getting rid of Russian gas, and we would be much easier in getting to hydrogen economy, because currently for large scale electrolyzers to be realized, the problem is that how you actually cope with the volatility of the electricity price, which needs clean base load there. And the reason why there is quite many projects now looking to Finland or Sweden is mainly that we have a base load and hydro also to balance the changes in the wind production. So hopefully we can all go to that direction in European wise, where we need the European commitments already to 2040, because actually in the council also there were several countries who think that, okay, 2030 is still quite far away, let's not discuss about 2040, but for these large scale investments we would need to commit within next few years to 2040 targets and the policy guidelines there in European level. That's the solution to the 4-year cycle also.
Okay, anything to add?
No, Kai was speaking of all the right things because we have been in the same councils, and to be honest, I'm looking with some envy because Kai has also access, let's say, to hydro and also access to nuclear. In Estonian energy mix, we don't have that. We are still discussing. The parliament is in the middle of making a decision and giving some mandate, let's say, to Minister of Climate, we're responsible for the energy. What will be the next steps with nuclear? But if you look at the Estonian grid capacities, it probably will be smaller reactors. It's about maximum to 400 megas, not more. Not Olkiluoto, which is 1,600 or something like that. So, and to be honest, we are still enjoying nuclear energy from Olkiluoto, which cuts the prices also for us. If let's say the line is working at the same time.
If it's working, yeah.
Yeah, but the question is very hot because if we will have lots of renewables, we need storage, different storage options, and we already have some plants running, and we will need baseload also. So for Estonia, the questions are probably the same.
Renewable grid, the grid that relies heavily on renewable energy, that's the future of our grid anyway. It requires a huge amount of interconnections between different countries so that it would also stabilize the grid. And with these interconnections, there is also this security issue that Finland in this winter survived the lack of gas pipeline that comes from Estonia, from Paldiski to Finland. Is it convincing enough, this argument that against this renewable energy system, or you think that these threats or dangers can be handled?
Well, first of all, if the traditional way how, especially in Finland, like this national energy security was treated was that yes, we have about 6 to 12 months like storages of fossil oil and coal and peat, and that's nice, but now the war in Ukraine has already been going on for 2 years, so if the Baltic Sea would be closed, 6 months might not be enough, and in this wise we are already much better off if we have a dispersed renewable-based system where actually, for instance, also with nuclear power you have like 3 to 6 year depository of the fuel on site, and you are much well resilient in that wise. Then of course, yes, when the society is electrified, you need larger amounts of electricity cross-border going in cables, and then the cables might be very lucrative targets for hybrid operations, and probably we need to invest more to both surveillance mechanisms and then like physical protection of how to actually get them better protected for any physical things, and then also have enough of those transmission lines so that cutting 1 or 2 doesn't cost too much damage for us all. So that's probably the way how we should go forward with this element. And yet also to be said that one reason why Finland also survived quite well about the cutting off all imports from Russia, that we had quite dispersed mix of different energy sources, that we never were too relying on natural gas nor to Russian coal or nor to Russian electricity. We imported all of them from Russia, but not too much, any of those single.
Could I just say a last word? Yeah. All those sort of issues people have talked about with the energy transition, just to say that as a company, we are a long-term investor. We're not interested in short-term investment. We're not a transactional partner either. So please ask us anything. We have experience globally with renewable energy, battery storage, all sorts of things. So anything. Please ask us anything. We'd love to help with anything like to do with the renewable energy transition. Thank you.
Yes, thank you. And thank you to all the panelists. It's time for lunch break. enjoy your lunch, and we will continue after that with really pressing security issues. Thank you.
Thanks very much.
pole kõigil mõtet rääkida. Tere pärastlõunat kõigile.
Good afternoon, everyone here among the audience. And I'm also inviting everyone from the corridors to gather here. And we continue with 2 panels now, focused on the Estonian role on the international security policy arena. And secondly, Estonia's or someone else's ability to convey their message outside Estonia. So the first panel consists of very respectful persons. So I invite first Professor François Esbourg, Senior Advisor for Europe at the International Institute for Strategic Studies.
Estonia, finally. Suvar, I am a follower of your tweets, but now I can see that you're a real person.
I'm not a troll.
Teiseks, Jonatav Vseviov.
Secondly, I would like to invite Jonatav Vseviov, Secretary General of the Estonian Minister of Foreign Affairs. Welcome. And thirdly, I would like to invite Chris Bailey, Amazon Web Services.
Ja seda debatti
And the moderator of this debate is the old guru of foreign and security policy, Urmas Paet. I'm not going to read out all your CV.
No nii, tervist.
Well, good afternoon.
Really happy to host here in front of us 3 great minds. And as you know, the main point of our discussion this afternoon is which role, for instance, Estonia plays in today's international affairs, including, of course, in the framework and in the environment of the European Union and NATO businesses and developments. We all know that theoretically, all member states of the European Union and NATO are equal, because most of decisions which are made in both organizations are consensus-based, and at least technically it means that every country is equal. Although there are some people, and I don't know why, who are still discussing that maybe the bigger powers in Europe, be it Germany, be it France, be it some others, play still politically bigger role. We're just witnessing that President Macron in Paris hosted Chinese president, and also the chairperson of the European Commission or president of the European Commission also traveled to Paris to meet the Chinese president over there. But of course, during the last few years, I would say that the role of Estonia and some other countries from eastern or central or also northern part of Europe changed because the political situation, the security situation in Europe has also dramatically changed. And I'd like to start with Mr. Haysborough. How you see, are at this stage all EU and NATO member states equal, or are there still differences, and which role, for instance, Estonia plays in this picture?
Yeah, first of all, thank you very much for having me. It's always a joy coming back to Tallinn. I don't know why, but I never get enough of it, and the pleasure is very, very real. I'll start with full disclosure. Some people believe I'm a Frenchman. I have a French passport, it's true, and I'm French. But half of me actually comes from a much greater power called Luxembourg. Now, when Luxembourg looks at Estonia, it does not see a small country. It sees a bigger country than Luxembourg. And even your population is larger than the Luxembourgeois population. Does that give me a dose of empathy? Maybe, maybe not, I don't know. But it certainly makes me keenly aware of what it means to be considered as a small country as opposed to a large country. What does that mean in practice? First of all, one must never forget that one is a small country. Of course, if you forget, there'll always be somebody who's larger than you to remind you that you are small. But the point I'm making has some very substantial implications. If I look at Singapore, when it trains its diplomats, civil servants in general, on the required reading list, number one is a book called The Little Red Dot. Little Red Dot is Singapore on a world map. And the book is all about vulnerability, about what it means to be small. This is one of the keys to Singapore's success. It never indulged in the hubris, let's say, of a country like Qatar, which at one stage acted as if it were a superpower. And it was brutally deflated some years ago, and then climbed back. The second point is that if you are a member of NATO, if you're a member of the EU, as you are, one of the duties is that you have to use the opportunity to develop a brand name. Brand names can mean companies, it can mean individuals. In the case of Luxembourg, brand name was, back in the old days when radio was important, it was Radio Luxembourg. People knew about Luxembourg because of Radio Luxembourg. It sounds very trivial, but it meant that Luxembourg was on everybody's mental map in Western Europe. And the same goes for individuals in the process of European construction. Gaston Thorn or Pierre Werner were outsized personalities which drove part of the process of European integration. So that is something which your membership of the EU and NATO gives you the opportunity to develop on steroids. Because yes, you can climb up on the greasy pole of constructs which are much larger than any of its individual members. And this has security implications, very practical ones. And I'll quote a very impolite quote, which mercifully does not target Estonia as such, but it was meant to target you as well as the other Baltic states. And it's a statement which has been repeated several times by a prominent extreme left French politician who actually got, I think it was 19% of the presidential vote in 2016, called Jean-Luc Mélenchon. And the quote is the following: "On s'en fout des Lituaniens, tu en connais, toi, des Lituaniens? I don't give a fuck about Lithuanians, and do you know anybody who comes from Lithuania?" That was his way of saying that it was a mistake to enlarge the European Union, was a mistake to enlarge NATO, that he felt absolutely no empathy, sympathy, solidarity with the countries of the erstwhile Soviet Union. And that, of course, has implications. And that's why it is incredibly important for you to, as you have done and are doing, putting yourself on the map. So it's not simply about national ego, about even national prosperity, because you've done, of course, over the last 3 decades, a fantastic job. But it's also actually about national security. Believe me, I'm a Luxembourgeois. I know this.
Well, thank you for your first remarks. And Mr. Vseviov, do you know someone from Lithuania?
Vaguely a few. I even know a few from Luxembourg and France, actually.
Both.
Okay, you already know three.
What was that?
3 persons.
Was that the question to me?
It was first question. Second one is that, of course, I also like to say that Estonia is not a small country. Estonia is compact country.
Absolutely.
So that I always argue with others if they say that, well, Estonia is small country, this and that. No.
Yeah, but we are more compact than you.
Yeah, you are indeed, yes, you are. And also you have nice, I would say, neighborhood. At least these days.
These days.
At least these days.
Yeah, we had a very rough time at the hands.
Yeah, but we are going to talk about the future at the moment, and maybe it's more bright than the past for Luxembourg in this regard. But Jonathan, how you see at this very practical stage as you come from the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, which is the role of Estonia in today's, European foreign policy, which at this period of time has not the easiest amplitudes.
Thank you. And first of all, thank you for having me. All joking aside, it's an honor and a privilege to be able to address you on this matter of what for Estonia is great importance. You know, we may not be small when it comes to quantitative data. I think we're roughly at the 50% level when it comes to UN member states. About half of the member states are actually smaller than we are, population-wise. But being small, I guess, is part of our DNA. This is what every Estonian usually says as the first sentence. I'm not sure how this is with Luxembourg. I'm absolutely convinced that it's totally different with the Lithuanians. They don't see themselves as small countries. We do. So it's part of our DNA. We need to deal with it. Also, as a caveat, I am from the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, so the things that I will say that you like are to be considered as foreign ministry's official positions. The things you don't like that don't make sense are my personal observations, so that nobody gets in trouble. And I'd actually like to start with what is a vague quote of a former Icelandic foreign minister. When he had to talk about small states and their contribution to humanity in general. Because statistically, it's more likely that the major scientific, medical breakthroughs, cultural breakthroughs even, more likely that they will come from the great powers, the big countries. So what's our added value? And his explanation was that, look, you know, because of the fact that we're small, less tied down by our practical interests, economic interests, or even security interests, and thus can speak more freely and function as a sort of a canary in the coal mine. That's our added value. He said that in the context of Iceland being the first country in the world to recognize Estonia's and Latvia's and Lithuanians' re-emergence from the Soviet occupation. That was his example. Iceland was able to do the right thing and say the right thing before the United States, before France, before anybody else, not because Iceland is smarter, more aware of international affairs, but because Iceland had less practical interests with regard to Soviet relations or even European relations writ large. So when we look around the world, we see other small states playing the same role. You mentioned Singapore. Singapore is a leader on matters that relate to multilateralism. The rules-based international order in the United Nations, Singapore is one of the big players. Or Liechtenstein on international law and accountability. Iceland, obviously, on a number of issues. Now, it all sounds extremely glorious, and especially with the benefit of the hindsight. Being a leader and functioning as a canary in the coal mine is not easy. It's not easy because of two main reasons. First, others may not listen. They simply may not listen. In order for them to listen, they first have to notice you. You have to have a certain level of visibility. I think you were talking about that. You have to have that certain level of visibility, but you also have to have a certain level of substantive credibility for anyone to listen to what you have to say. Substantive credibility. Now, it still is a problem because they still won't listen. They will only listen when they absolutely have to listen. We function the same way. We pay attention to French positions or Luxembourg's positions when we have to pay attention to those positions. Estonia has an advantage here because of our seat at the EU table and at the NATO table. And for as long as the EU makes decisions, especially on foreign policy, that are based on consensus, there's always this lever that we can use. Not necessarily by using the veto power, but by credibly having others listen to what we have to say. Now, it's still not going to be easy. The moments when Estonia has led Europe or led NATO, we talk about them with pride for good reason. They sound glorious examples of our foreign policies or political leadership's successes, but they're only so with the benefit of the hindsight. Part of our DNA as a small country is to never be alone again. By demonstrating leadership, by definition, we put ourselves in a position where we are alone before others follow. You can't lead unless you're alone. So you have to go and be ahead of the pack. And at that moment, it's never certain whether they will actually follow or not. So a resource that is often undervalued, for small countries especially, is that of courage. Now, if we incentivize mediocrity in our foreign policy or in our public administration in general, we'll never have that courage. We will be making mistakes. There will be moments when we're leading, we're far ahead of the pack, but others won't follow. In which case we need to be very careful not to punish those who have put us in that position, lest we not incentivize mediocrity in the future. I think over the past 2-3 years, Estonia has done well. I'm biased, obviously. I'm from the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. Obviously, I think we've done well, but I think most would agree with us. We've been able to shape Europe's policies vis-à-vis the war. In many cases, also NATO policies vis-à-vis the war that is existential for not just us, but for Europe. We've utilized our EU membership and NATO membership in a good way. Our Prime Minister is well known, visible, clearly listened to, not only by the other political leaders, but also by the international press, which is not insignificant. And I think we have been credible substantively in the sense that we can talk in short sentences and simple slogans. But if necessary, we can back that up by longer speeches or PhD dissertations if necessary. What we say is coherent and consistent throughout both the slogans that we throw out as well as more substantive discussions. What's helped us get here is that we've spent the past 30 years thinking about these problems that are now at the forefront of European security. So, all in all, I think we've done well. This is not to say that we can rest on the laurels, and it's never going to be easy. It's always going to be risky, especially for small states, because if we want to be relevant, we need to take that leadership role, and almost by definition, taking that leadership role means that we put ourselves ahead of the pack, and thus in an extremely vulnerable position.
Thank you, Jonathan Vseviov, and this was the official part, as I understood, because I liked everything you said. What about your private comments?
But it's a matter of taste. You cannot speak on behalf of the audience. So for you, this was official.
I sense the audience.
As you do.
Okay, anyway, thank you very much for your encouraging comments, and we proceed with Mr. Chris Bailey and your views from Amazon Web Services. So, how you see, how much Estonian voice and Estonian positions really matter?
tremendously. So so Estonia we see as a front runner. You know, I get around the world, so I have global national security and defense. So I spend a lot of time around the world with defense, intelligence, or national law enforcement groups. And Estonia is a front runner. Estonia will continue to be a front runner. And just having the voice and in the context of what my colleagues had mentioned, you know, what I've seen is there's countries with, this is actually my home country, United States of America, seems to have unlimited resources around a lot of things, especially in technology areas, which, and inside of Amazon, we have these leadership principles, and one of them is frugality. And you'd think it means we're cheap, but it doesn't mean we're cheap. It means we're scrappy. It means we're innovative. And unlimited resources can stifle innovation, can stifle new ideas. And I see Estonia as a front runner with new ideas, frugal with resources, not cheap, you know, spend money where it's important, but continue to invest in new ideas and grow new ideas, and the courage to lead, I think, is a key point as well. When it comes to kind of thinking about how conflicts extend across borders or the policies around that, again, Estonia has been a front runner in that, finding ways to move data to safe places, to make sure it's safe. We see that playing out in Ukraine as well, where all of a sudden they needed to move central government capabilities outside of borders. You know, you look at that policy, and it's new and scary to a lot of countries around Europe and countries outside of Europe as well. You know, people want to see their server on their land, you know, on their soil, and, you know, could have a big target on it too, but moving the data outside of borders, leveraging technology for government, for even defense, those types of approaches are critical to survival, to security, to national security, and we see Estonia leading in those big thoughts along the way. So I'll stop there.
Okay, thank you very much. And if we now look a little bit closer at recent changes also in the European and also in NATO policies, then I recall that years and years also we here from Estonia told to our good partners that EU needs, for example, strong common Russia policy. But still, we were not too happy with the outcome. Really, there was actually no, I would say, no real common foreign policy of the EU vis-à-vis Russia long years. And then 24th of February 2022 happened, the new wave of Russian aggression against Ukraine. And now, after 2+ years after this sad date, I would say that now finally we have common Russia policy. And these days, we have similar discussion also in the EU that, well, EU needs common China policy. But I would say that there is no real common China policy, so that it's very much similar to the situation we had with Russia a few years ago. Jonathan Vseviov, what do you think was the main reason we see these days more or less common Russia policy, and what should happen? We will also see common China policy.
So I think the glass is half full or half empty, depending on your personal taste. I'll go back to the early days of the big war, Russia's escalation on February 24th of 2022. And you all remember, I mean, immediately after that, it became the norm in Europe to say that we should have listened to you. We should have listened to the Baltic states. I think many even gave speeches saying it was already back then only partially satisfying to listen to this. Because obviously we had been right in the 2000s. The problem was we were still right back then when talking about the future. We're still right today. And just by saying that we should have listened to you yesterday, I mean, if this takes up half of the oxygen and leaves us no room to discuss what to do today, when we still are fairly convinced we're still right. I mean, it's a glass half empty situation for us. We needed no validation. Part of the reason why Europe woke up, or is, I think, to a certain extent still in the process of waking up, relates to the shock of Putin's decision to actually do what he did. The half full part is that at least we're waking up now. We're waking up. You read European leaders' speeches, it's not just us anymore, alone only, describing this war as being existential. I mean, President Macron recently, von der Leyen, almost on a daily basis, Borrell, almost on a daily basis. And that's a good thing. We're still in the process of waking up, though. When it comes to practical sort of implementation of policy, even symbolic steps are difficult for us as Europe to take in a coordinated manner. Today is Putin's, or was Putin's, inauguration. Out of the 27 EU member states, I think 20 or 21 did not attend. Symbolic, not a big deal. But we were unable to demonstrate unity of action, even on a matter of such purely symbolic significance. So I think even when it comes to Russia policy, we have a long way to go. The one thing that should keep people worried is our inability to define strategic goals vis-à-vis Russia or vis-à-vis the outcome of this war. You listen to what we say. I mean, it's not Estonia's case. Estonia has defined what we want as an outcome from this war. You look at official NATO texts, you look at EU texts, you listen to big speeches. We're like cats circling the hot food for as long as it takes, for as long as we can, for as long as necessary. What do we want? Well, the reason why we're being vague is because we've had a hard time defining a common strategic goal, even vis-à-vis this war. And with regard to China, we're even in a worse position, because with regard to China, we haven't had that sort of a shock wake-up moment that we had in 2022. Now, the final thing I'll say on this is that, just to underline the point that I'm an optimist, is that we have been getting better. The glass is half full, and it's getting fuller by the day. The big question is whether we have enough time to build up that European self-confidence, European ability to act strategically on the international stage, whether we have time enough before the true test of this European concept arrives. We're all racing not only against time, we need to be aware of the fact that on the international stage, we're playing against other teams, opposing teams, and they have a vote too. And what they're trying to do is undermine our unity, undermine our policy. That, unfortunately, is still an open question, whether or not we'll be able to get our act together in time.
Mr. Heisbor, well, as you are very much aware, Estonia and some other countries advocated, I guess, already last at least 15 years for this, that all NATO member states and also at this later stage also EU member states should spend at least 2% of GDP for defense. And it has also been clear NATO recommendation, and during recent years also not only recommendation but in fact decision. But still, Luxembourg is 0.7%. Does it mean that, well, Estonia's recommendations / NATO recommendations doesn't matter?
Here I dropped the Luxembourgeois passport and used my French one. No, seriously, first of all, one of Estonia's comparative advantages has indeed been the quality of its analysis concerning Russia. For a number of years, I've been reading the annual reports of the public reports of your security services, and the quality of that is absolutely incredible. I won't go into details, we don't have time, but anybody who hasn't been reading them should actually be reading them, and should have been reading them. There's a quality in those reports which can be encapsulated by the word dispassionate, which is an unusual word to use when dealing with such a tense and fraught situation as the one opposing Russia with its immediate neighbors. And yet you manage to produce dispassionate analysis, which happens to be correct. Second point. On defense spending, there actually has been the discussion between the Luxembourgeois and a number of member states, including the US, by the way. And they sort of came to the conclusion that having 3 times more jeeps and 350 more soldiers in the Luxembourgeois army would not actually make very good sense compared to the other stuff, notably in the field of the security uses of outer space, for example, which is one of the niches in which the Luxembourgeois are deeply invested. We were talking about the qualities of being small. Being small means being mobile, being able to being trailblazers, and being able to select the niches in which you are going to run faster than anybody else. The Luxembourgeois niches and the Estonian niches have actually been different, but they have actually been both performing quite well. To get to the nub of the Russia issue, my starting point, this may sound strange, does not go back to the 24th of February. It actually goes back to the month of June 2020. Why June 2020? Because that's when the member states decided to give the Commission the responsibility for doing something for which it was apparently incompetent in legal terms, incompetent in organizational and practical terms, and absolutely necessary, which was to devise a strategy for countering COVID, and notably the vaccine strategy. That was a proof of concept moment, that the Commission could actually do stuff and not simply elaborate frameworks for policies, like the Common Agricultural Policy or God knows what. The Commission became an operational device. And that lesson, I think, informed much of what followed. Because all of a sudden, when the 24th of February happened, 2022, you immediately had folks in the Commission saying, yeah, maybe we should get into the arms business. This could not have happened without the COVID moment. So it wasn't simply about Russia, if I can put it that way, but it actually meant that by April, May of 2022, initiatives were taken to make the European Union play an active and operative role in the support to Ukraine. Not as much as should be done, not as quickly as should be done, and so on, but talking about the EU institutions as such, the Eureka moment actually antedated the invasion. Russia is obviously difficult to deal with, to put it mildly, but the terms of the equation are simple. That is, we know what the stakes are. I need not remind you guys of what they are. We pretty much know what needs to be done about them, and defense spending is definitely part of the picture, and it's finally being taken seriously, or so it seems. But it's straightforward. The China issue is much more complicated. It's not simple, the the China issue. For a reason which I would never expected to have to state, because it simply did not exist until the election of Joe Biden. and that is China and the US have very similar mercantilist trade policies and a very similar approach to the security implications of trade. They are opposite, they are opposed, obviously, understandably and should be, because China is a communist country, the United States isn't, and hopefully will never be so. But from the standpoint of Europe, we are caught in the middle. And I'm not talking about equidistance or stuff like that. I don't advocate equidistance. But when you have China saying that they're going to spend $1.6 trillion in subsidies to the so-called new productive forces, biomanufacturing, green tech, and so on, and you have the United States saying we're going to spend close to $900 billion on the so-called Inflation Reduction Act and another $200 billion or so on the CHIPS Act. Well, how does Europe swim in the face of this kind of competition, while at the same time, for security and strategic reasons, which are totally understandable from the US standpoint and perfectly inimical from the Chinese standpoint, each one tells us, you cannot trade on this, you cannot trade on that with the other guy. And you have you get to situations which would be funny if they were not heavily loaded. Europe's third largest firm in terms of stock market valuation is ASML of the Netherlands, which is a key component of the value chain of TSMC in Taiwan, the world's largest cutting-edge chip producer. So you have the American ambassador at lunchtime telling the Dutch, ASML must not deliver this or that. And then in the evening, you have the Chinese ambassador telling the Dutch, oh, if you refuse to sell this or that to us, you will be heavily punished. No more Dutch cheese for China. I'm making that part up, I'm sorry. But these kinds of situations are going to make it devilishly difficult for us to remain competitive on the one hand, remaining good allies of the US on the other, because we need to remain good allies, notably in the face of the Russian challenge, while at the same time not succumbing to what may very well happen, and that is there will be forces in Germany and in some other countries who will say we have to practice equidistance between the United States and China. This is actually the most complicated strategic challenge which the Europeans will be facing over the next few years. Russia is hard, but it's simple. And you as a practitioner in the arts of what you are doing at Amazon, you know the difference between hard and simple and complicated and equally hard.
Well, yes, of course. Security situation of Europe is, I guess, #1 issue for us here in Estonia and for many other countries. We have conventional war going on the European soil, but it's not just conventional war. We also have hybrid war going on, and it's not only in Ukraine or between Russia and Ukraine. Hybrid war is today all over in Europe. We have several examples what Russians are using against Europe, against European Union, against also other Western democracies as part of their hybrid war. And of course, one of the hybrid war elements is cyber defense. And we also have here our own Estonian story related to cyber defense. And I guess, Mr. Bailey, it's also good to ask from you, as you deal very much in online and online services and web and so on, how you see Estonian already historical role, but also role for the future, what concerns cybersecurity and hybrid, war, which unfortunately is going on more and more visibly.
Yeah, thank you. couple things there. First of all, Estonia is obviously a leader in cyber. We participated in Lock Shields, the NATO exercise here just over the last couple weeks, and provide our platform for that. Work very closely with NATO on that. Estonia does a lot to make sure that online capabilities are online and available. That's also what the cloud can do for you. And so as just an extension of the Ukrainian story, as they moved government, as they moved banks, as they moved educational institutions to the cloud, it also created a similar cyber defense. So we defend, a majority of the attacks around the world are actually bouncing off of, our cloud. And whether it's AWS or it's Amazon.com or whether it's governments that are on the cloud or banks that are on the cloud, that's something we're very, very efficient at. And security the bar on security is raised in the cloud. To rewind just a little bit, though, to talk a little bit about the rear view mirror, are we prepared a little bit around Europe? And, are there lessons learned? I was at a conference probably 9 months ago in the UK, and the question was more about UK. And has UK learned the lessons from Ukraine? And, how to think about if your data centers are gone or if your data is gone, what happens? And if you look around at a lot of different countries, most countries, it's obvious that you need to take some kind of action, but most countries haven't taken action, and it's not just about moving the data somewhere it's safer. It's also about what you can do with that data and how you can defend that data, like we just talked about, or how you can build advanced capabilities on that data, like our artificial intelligence, machine learning, big data solutions, the other things that you can do with that data to improve government services or to improve defense capabilities. And so it's actually a step up that we saw happen in Ukraine. What happened, what we see in other countries is they're still like, yeah, I get it. Makes a lot of sense, but everybody's dragging their feet, which I think goes back to kind of the crucible event conversation, whether it's COVID or whether it's, February 24th, like those types of events, all of a sudden everybody wakes up and says, yeah, we should have done this. We should have done this earlier. I just don't know what it is in us that waits. I don't know what it is where there's additional capabilities and whether it's citizen services or whether it's defense capabilities, it's right there. Like, let's step into it and let's figure out how to use some of these and get ahead of the curve. It doesn't need to be a big cost. It doesn't need to be, something that's, we don't have to wait for the big thing to happen. There's so much we can do today. So I just think when we kind of look at either whether it's the cyber conversation or other capabilities, I don't know what it is in us that just waits. So I just compel anybody in here to let's just take a step in. Let's figure this out before we have to.
Well, I guess here is full agreement with this statement, because it's very human. Start to act only if already something really bad happened, although we basically knew it already, long time before that it may happen. And the same pattern, unfortunately, as we also see in the states, in the countries, in the international organizations, be it EU or others. So that's why I guess that this idea that also Europe finally has to do much more for its own security, for its own well-being, I hope that now finally we will also take it much more seriously than so far. We have 9 minutes, 16 seconds left. It means there will be final question for each of you. 3 minutes maximum for the answer. And we spoke a little bit about this, that during last 2 years, because of course sad circumstances, because of new wave of Russian aggression in Ukraine, Estonia's position and Estonia's voice has been maybe much more credible than ever before. People, listen our politicians and analysts. But my question is about the future. The tense relationship with the Russian regime continues. The security threats are still there. China, as we analyzed, is more and more complicated. There is more and more potential for conflict between, well, democracies on the one hand and harsh authoritarian regimes on the other. How you would see which kind of role Estonia, on this basis we now, I would say, achieved, should play with our allies, be it in the EU or in NATO? Because it's very easy for a compact country just to sit and watch what others are doing, but I guess we are not satisfied with this rather passive role. So that where you see realistically Estonia should have its position in all these future developments together with our allies, and maybe now start with you.
Uh-oh.
Yes.
Yes. A leader, as we talked about leadership before and the coverage around leadership, I'll focus again on NATO. When it comes to space and the future of space with NATO, or whether it comes to cloud and how we think about classified data in clouds and kind of future-looking capabilities, I've seen NATO more and more look to member states to lead the way, rather than waiting for consensus and making sure everybody's good. More recently, they've said, hey, this is our intent and this is where we're going, and we need some member states to get out ahead of us and show us the way. And then because they look at that as a better path to success, because they seem to be paralyzed on a lot of these decisions. So Estonia plays a key role in that. The way that you're forward-leaning and the way that you have the tech base, your startup community, your agility and your ability to pivot to new ideas, I think is so important. You have these other games going on about the big guys in NATO going, hey, we're the boss, or you have the other ones going, if it's not our country, then we're not interested. But then you have a whole bunch of other countries that are coming up with new ideas and trying to lean forward. And Estonia is an amazing place to be a leader, a thought leader in that, and lead the charge.
Thank you very much. Mr. Hesbro.
I'll start with two factoids. First factoid is that Luxembourg is the backup of Estonia's data. That is one thing that we have in common as far as those two are concerned. What is done with the data, I don't know. I assume that may be classified. Second factoid, Estonia, I think, has a defense budget which is now 3.2% of GDP. That is more than the United States of America. American friends, please take note before you start asking for ever more money for Mr. Trump's protection racket, because that's pretty much the way Trump presents his own view of burden sharing. Estonia is actually a great example for the United States. Statement is the following. We now have the choice between two strategies in Ukraine. We are no longer in a situation of strategic indetermination. We have the German-American strategy, which is one of self-deterrence, the fear of any form of escalation, the refusal to commit to accession to NATO. That is one strategy. What it leads to, I'm not sure. And there's another strategy, which I think the French, the Estonians, and a few others share. And that is a strategy where there has to be a path lined out for the accession to NATO as well as to the European Union of Ukraine, that we cease to make self-denying ordinances, self-deterring ordinances like those which we have been doing constantly since the beginning, and even before the beginning of the war. No troops in Ukraine, no aircraft in Ukraine, no air-launched cruise missiles in Ukraine, no tanks in Ukraine, no heavy weaponry in Ukraine. We've gone through the whole list. We usually changed our minds down the way after a number of useless thousands or dozens of thousands of deaths. That is not a good strategy. And to move to a strategy of strategic ambiguity, So I think we actually have a fairly clear choice. The matter may not be in your hands or in ours. It may be in the hand of the American electorate on 5th of November of this year. We, like Vladimir Putin, will be waiting for what will come out of the ballot boxes in the United States of America. And we have to prepare for whatever the outcome may be.
Thank you. And Jonathan Vseviov.
In 3 minutes, I'll have to be extremely blunt and straightforward. Everything.
You have more than we had.
Well, because others were very polite.
Urmas probably wants to do a wrap-up as well, so 2.5 minutes now. Everything will depend on the outcome of the war in Ukraine. The question isn't whether this war will end. All wars end. This war, too, will one day end, and then peace will break out. The sort of peace we'll have will depend on how this war ends. It will either become the norm that the largest state can change its smaller neighbor's borders with force or not. It will either become the norm that a larger state can, as part of an agreement with other large states perhaps, decide the core foreign policy and foreign and domestic political choices of its smaller neighbor or not. Aggression as a tool of statecraft will either be re-legitimized or not. That's why we describe this war as being existential to us and to the European idea. Now, one thing this war, once it ends, won't do, it won't end history. The list of problems that Europe will be faced with is mind-boggling. Ukraine's reconstruction, Ukraine will be reconstructed. The question is who will do it, under whose rules? Very many millionaires will become billionaires in the process. The question is whether Ukraine will be reconstructed according to Western, democratic, free market-based, rules-based order system, regulations, or something else. We're going to have to manage a Russia that will be on our borders. Having won or having lost, it's going to be an issue. We're going to have a Middle East that is on fire, an Africa that is about to explode. We're going to have a China to deal with, and all the global problems that I'm not even going to mention. The question is whether we will face those problems as a united Europe in alliance with our American friends or not. And that will depend on the outcome in Ukraine. Now, we talked about the human, very human way of taking the easier course, avoiding the hard choices. Why haven't we learned from past mistakes? Why does it take for there to be a seminal moment for us to wake up? Well, it's human. It's human. There's no need to be frustrated over it. We're always, as humans in this country, going to take the easier option. If we want to lead Europe to take what we consider to be the right option, we can't just simply argue that it's the easier if it's not. We have to demonstrate that the alternatives are even worse. Napoleon said that leaders are those who deal in hope. There are two tools in our disposal, hope and fear. We need to be able to utilize those tools to get us to take the right turns, make the right choices, even if they seem painful in the short term. And I think this is what Estonia has tried to do, and we'll have to do in the future as well, reminding everyone that if we take the Chamberlainian option, we're going to be the ones reminding people that you're no Churchill. I think for as long as that is of any value in European politics, we can get our job done.
Dear audience, thank you very much for your time and interest. Thank you that you came. Dear gentlemen, thank you very much for your very adequate analysis and comments. It was pure pleasure. But the conference continues. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Voila. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Bailey. Thank you. And thanks, Mr. Hespel.
Thank you.
Ja nüüd.
And now we have reached the final part of our day, last panel discussion, and we will discuss which is a continuation of the previous panel, but the general idea is how far can the Russia go in order for the Europe to wake up? So we will talk about what we need in order to keep Europe united, in order to have the Western societies on the same wavelength. And today, thanks to Estonian contribution, we have reached the same understanding of the situation in Ukraine. We see that it's an existential situation or question for the Europe. So now I would like to invite to the panel discussion the Prime Minister of Estonia, Kaja Kallas. The Minister of Defense of the Netherlands, Kaisa Ollongren. And third member of the panel discussion, Hanno Pevkur, Minister of Defense of Estonia.
Kaisa, our plan is to talk in Estonian.
Fantastic idea. I won't understand anything.
Don't you want to use the headset?
Yeah, sure.
It's provided there, so you can understand. But of course, you answer in English, and I can ask my direct questions also in Estonian, in English. But you can always comment on the answers and the topics that the others have then pointed out.
Perfect.
I would like to start with the following question to Kaja Kallas. There is no hiding this, and it's been said before in Estonia that Estonian foreign policy weight and visibility and level has skyrocketed over the past few years. We are more visible and so on and so forth. But I'm interested in the invisible side of this. How did this process go, and how Estonia has been thinking about this, and what has this meant for you? Actually, I would like to go back to the year 2014 when Russia annexed Crimea. And I do remember I was a member of the European Parliament, and I was very surprised by the fact how fast we came from this moment of saying it's really bad to the moment when they said, oh, let's go on with our lives. The European Parliament is an excellent place for you to see all these people and all the public opinion reflected from different countries. You have different political parties, different countries, you have different opinions from east, west, south and north. And one thing that I remembered from that time, and I noticed all our allies are democracies. And in a democracy, what counts is what the public opinion says. So in order to influence the decisions of the governments of those states, you have to reach the public opinion, or the people of those countries rather. And when we could see that Russia was gathering its forces, and our intelligence also said that they were really going to attack Ukraine. Well, obviously we hoped until the last moment that they were not going to do this, but everything indicated that they had this plan. Then we started systematically to work with our allies and the public opinion of our allies. We started giving interviews in their media, any media channels, so that our message could be conveyed to those people. And I've been reading a lot. So I recently finished the Sylvie Kaufmann's book, Caught by Blinders. It's now translated into Estonian as well. And the book says and shows how the connections or relations of Russia and France have been, France and Germany have been with Russia, and this is how they see us through the prism of Russia. This is what we have to fight constantly, taking into account from where our allies are coming. How to break through this? So we take, for example, the Russian-German relations, or the romance of the French with the Russians, all those Alexander's bridges in Paris, everything that brings these nations together. So how do you find your way to the hearts of those people? Well, it is funny to say this. With my charm, obviously. I'm so charming. Well, anyway, joking aside, at the beginning it was very difficult to break those narratives. Let me give you an example. When the war hadn't broken out yet and the Russians were making all sorts of claims to Europe and NATO, and the media journalists come asking, what could the West do in order to de-escalate? Well, the West has not done anything. Ukraine has done nothing in order for such a situation to emerge. Nothing. We cannot do anything. The only one who can de-escalate is Russia, because they are escalating in the first place. So we have to catch and find and break those wrong narratives. This is difficult. What we've been trying to do is that we try to look into the historical background of every member state. We want to speak to those states through their prism. And this has been a very educating journey for me as well. We are in Europe, and we think that we know each other, that we are a small continent, but actually do not know about other nations. And we may even know more about the history of our allies than they do know about us. Who we were behind the Iron Curtain.
We talk here about these thought patterns of Western European citizens, which is perfectly normal over there. In the Eastern European, here we had quite a clear picture what is going on, what might follow. We instinctively know what Ukrainians are suffering, what they're up against. But in the Western Union, in the Western European Union, it is not the case like that. But Netherlands has stood out in some sense from the beginning, and you have been really supportive in the military terms, and then this bilateral aid. How did this come about? Do you want to explain the story of coming on board?
Yes.
So.
Well, I think it's a very good question, and I think there are several reasons for this, and it is not that it's perceived in the Netherlands as an existential threat as it is here. I think that is different when you are in Estonia, or if you are in a country bordering Russia, because we have felt safe in the Netherlands since the Second World War. That was the last time that our country was occupied. We've just celebrated 79 years of liberation from Nazi Germany. So we feel safe. We've always been part of NATO, always been part of the European Union, and we don't feel directly threatened in an existential way. But if you look, and I also want to go back to 2014, first, of course, Crimea, then the war really started also in the eastern part of Ukraine. And in that year, on the 17th of July, the MH17 was shot down. And it was shot down by a Russian missile. And ever since, I think we have been very determined to hold Russia and also Putin accountable for this murder of 298 people, many of them Dutch. And we have worked with Ukraine first to find the bodies of those people and to bring them home. And I think that has changed something in the mind of people in the Netherlands. Actually, since then, there have also been moments when we forgot about it again. So Crimea was a wake-up call. The MH17 was a wake-up call. But somehow we managed to press snooze again. And I mean, we missed several occasions to make sure that we were closer to Ukraine. For instance, we had a referendum in the Netherlands on the association agreement. It was voted down. Not by a large number, the turnout was very low, but still, people were more concerned about the effects on the economy if Ukraine would be closer to Europe than about the geopolitical advantage that it would give us. But now that we have really woken up, because the 24th of February 2022 was, of course, the real wake-up call, and ever since there is this very strong sense of solidarity with Ukraine, but also a sense of the fact that we are united in NATO and in the EU, and that our border doesn't begin in Germany, at our border with Germany, that our border is here. It's in Estonia, it is in Lithuania and Poland, and we feel responsible for that. And we want to avoid war, which is why we have to help Ukraine.
Thank you for that.
I wanted to add something as well. When the question is how far Russia has to go in order for Europe to wake up, then Kaja's answer is to show that your own people have to die. When the Ukrainian people are dying, then it doesn't seem to be so close than when your airplane is shot down, because there was practically no strong support or strong response to when the Crimea was annexed. It only came when the plane came down. This causes worry.
Eesti kaitsmise
The pillars of the Estonian security and defense in relation to this war and the beginning of this big war a couple of years ago, previously, who participated in the defense of Estonia, participated with the feeling that it's not real. But now I feel that this point of view has changed. When taking into account all of this defense issues in this in the government, how can you see it reflected? The first important step was taken at a political level, and each such change comes from political leadership. If the government hadn't taken the stance, the principal stance to increase defense expenditure up to 3% and to help Ukraine, then a general change wouldn't come along. I've said that regarding digital transmission as well. Different governments have kept their leadership. If at the political level you have the leadership, then you can talk about the society following you. And as Kaja said, you have to explain it to people and take it to them. And on the other hand, we are still not reached the point where we should be. 30 years of Europe being asleep has been a very strong hit to everyone, because in 83 and 84, 40 years ago, at the peak of Cold War, the defense expenditure was 3 to 4% in Europe constantly, and we had no war. After the collapse of the Soviet Union, they dropped to 1% in Europe, and now the gap of 30 years has been so big that inevitably we have had to strengthen ourselves. And in the Europe, we have to understand that, as Kaja mentioned, and the Nazi Germany and being liberated from the occupation of Nazis, but in the Germany from 37 to 39, with Hitler, they contributed 27 or 20, from 25 to 28% into defense expenditure. So it's very close to what Putin does in Russia. Right now, Putin allocates 30% of the state budget to defense. So if this is not a wake-up call to Europe, then let's look back at the time, 80 years. What was it like 80 years ago? Hitler allocated the same amount of people's money to state defense, to national defense, and Putin does the same. What Europe does, we are not even close. When we talk about absolute numbers, even our 3% is absolute minimum, as I've said, and that's where the state starts to change and state institutions start to change. If you give the monetary possibilities, then the changes will take place. I am not doubting in national defense. It's the pillar for the 4-year development plan of the Ministry of Defense, the budget, everything is so well fixed. We know what will happen in the coming years, in the next 4 years. And the government manages planning very, very well. We just need political decisions, not just words. among Western Europeans, there are many models of thinking. We could say that not only the Western European, but the Western society in general, there are these models of thinking that have obstructed our actions, and some that we have had to break throughout this process or to explain throughout this process. So I would like to ask about these models. First one has been broken very well by Jonathan Vseviov. And I remember how it was very widespread during the first months of the war, and it was that we shouldn't push Russia to corner. We shouldn't corner the country because they will become extremely dangerous and they will attack. I remember that was so funny. Yes, that was something that Western leaders were talking about constantly and said it very strongly. Maybe didn't even notice how Russia was already about to attack, and we are the ones being attacked. Us less, but Ukrainians directly. And they didn't see the situation as it was. Where do these kind of models appear, models of thinking appear? Lately, I've been reading a lot French and German about French and German relations with Russia and how they have developed throughout history. Russia has constantly said these things and very successfully said such things. And as I said before, in the book of Sylvie Kaufmann, she says that even us, we have been seen through the prism of Russia, the way Russia sees us. Germans and French see us. And so they believe Russia firsthand before believing us. If you constantly read books about expanding NATO and so on, constantly there has been the principle that we have to take into account Russia's security interest in Europe. So with security, we cannot agree on anything without taking into account what are the interests of Russia in Europe regarding security. I'm sorry, but no one is planning to attack Russia. Although, while I'm answering questions at the Estonian Parliament, I have to say that the Estonian borders that had been established according to Tartu Treaty, it would be nice to get it back, but we are never going to declare war to Russia. We don't have the plan to go and demand the actual borders that we should have after the Tartu Treaty. So their security is in no way in danger, regardless whether NATO is expanding or not and whether the countries are thinking about defending their national security. It has been very systematic. And the attitude to Russia is a mix of fear and the fear that Russia is so strong with nuclear weapon, and at the same time we feel that we are indebted to Russia somehow, but we don't. We have this humbleness or humility when we talk about relations with them, but we don't owe them anything. Even if we look at the end of the Second World War, no one owes anything to Russia. We don't have to be so. We don't have to offer them constantly something in order to be able to exist ourselves.
I would like to add is, for me, a very important moment was when Finland and Sweden applied for NATO membership, because Finland was also always cautious, knowing what a danger Russia can be. And they have fought them in the past, in the Winter War. And when they applied and said, we do not trust them anymore, and we don't feel safe anymore without being part of this very strong military alliance, that I think was a very, very strong sign about the real danger, not only for Ukraine, but also for NATO countries, especially for the countries that previously, at some point, have been part of Russia or the Soviet Union, like you. And I think one thing that we have to think of now is, and I agree with, of course, with Hanna, we must increase our defense spending, and we must have a certain level also in peacetime. We should never again let it happen that we are caught, with our pants down, as they say. But we also have to use this moment because none of us is strong enough to resist Russia on our own. That's why we're a member of NATO. But we've known within NATO for a long time that there is too much fragmentation, that our armed forces are too national, that we really have to be stronger also in our investments in defense capabilities. We have to make sure that we standardize, that we make our systems interoperable and preferably also interchangeable. And that will make us really stronger. And the momentum is really now. So we have to use the momentum, of course, not only by resisting Russia, by helping Ukraine, but also by strengthening ourselves and do the things that we should have done a long time ago. But the necessity was not there, and it's there now.
I would like to take it from Kaja left off by saying that nobody is indebted. And it comes down to Kinderstube as well. The Narva River is the border or frontier of civilization. On the one side or the one bank, you are only understood when you are shouting and fighting, whether at home or at home. But on the other side of the Narva River, you have to negotiate in order to behave properly. So this is also the difference in the different countries. And Lavrov has been saying several times, let's sit down and let's start from where we are now. Means the same, that I'll come and take your car keys and then let's discuss whether I hand one set of keys back to you or not. This is not the point where we can start negotiating. Sadly, Russia does not understand a language apart from the language of force. For example, in a nightclub, when you're fighting with a Russia, then he punches you, and a normal person would say, "Why did you hit me? Let's speak about it." Then you get another punch, and then you've done nothing yourself, but you've been hit twice already. So in a situation like that, once they hit you with the first punch, then you have to attack them as strongly as possible. Oh, it's a good thing that I've not been to the nightclub for a long time, but I rather run fast. Well, we are not going to fight for you. The ladies have this advantage of being fought over. Well, it's all different nowadays. But the principle is, you understand, Russia only understands force. So you cannot go to the allow this situation when they punched you, you go and say, let's talk. No, you can't do that. The Estonian defense forces have been built on the principle of winning the first battle immediately, because we do not have strategic death. We cannot allow to have 1 meter of our territory away. But when we are thinking of why we have such a different understanding, it seems to me that in the Western countries, the desire is to look at Russia through the prism of democracy. Well, they will finally put someone in place when they turn to the right direction. All these Navalny issues and other things, someone will come and will be the right person. But why aren't they democratic? They haven't had a moment in history because there is not built into them. It's a different country, a different nation, a different from us. And they want to be the same as us in governing their state. Well, this is a mistaken thing to think. I remember before the war started, maybe a week before the war, I had a discussion, a big dispute with the prime minister of a big European state. And he said, no, they are not going to do this. They are not going to attack Russia because it would be too expensive. People wouldn't understand it. This is how we think in a democracy. If I started the war, the soldiers' mothers would be out on the streets immediately. And the costs would be awful. But Russia is not a democracy. They are not interested. They are thinking in a completely different manner. We are an empire. We will take back what we had once. So the prism is quite different. the Russian government is also corrupt through and through and built on this power vertical. Everybody knows their position and they do not want to give up their position. And people in Russia do not want to hear anything about corruption. They want to be part of it. So this is how the power vertical works. You have to make sure that everyone can continue on their level. Another interesting narrative that has been is problematic but clear in the West, and I think about the current US administration as well. When you think about how they are behaving and what they are doing, then you get the impression that in the West they are more afraid that Russia might lose than win. Well, let's try to avoid that Russia wins. But the worst would be if Russia were to lose. Let's try to avoid this. And let's sacrifice even more lives in Europe in order to achieve this. I was just listening to Professor Timothy Snyder speaking about this, and he pointed out that the losses in imperial wars are a condition for any change. So in the Western world, that we think what we think about as democracy and rules-based society, then all the empires must have lost their wars. So, for example, in order to turn into democracies, and we have to understand this as well, and maybe think a little bit differently about this. So the question is how to convey this to the Western people. Timothy Snyder actually describes this very well. So in order for a state to become better, has to lose the last colonial war. And Russia has not lost its last colonial war yet. It is fighting this war in Ukraine, and it is up for us to make sure that Russia loses. When they win, when Russia wins, that they might be very proud because the empire is extending again. But when you walk around in Europe, we in a small country know that war brings only human suffering. There's nothing positive in it. But in some European countries who have been empires as well, when you look at their monuments, for example, these are actually dedicated to their conquests. And there's still pride in it. And in Russia, for example, when most people are supporting this war, and the question why is pride. The first reason is pride. We are a big and powerful country. We are proud. Now the question is how to convey this to people. For example, when you read history about the Soviet Union and breaking down, then major European countries did not want the Soviet Union to break apart because they were afraid of a chaos. For us, this meant freedom and independence and building our prosperity. This has always been only positive for us. But looking at the different nationalities in Russia, if Russia were fragmented into smaller countries, or national states, then I wouldn't see anything bad in it because that would be rather positive. If they are democracies, the democracies are not solving their differences by war. And if there are more smaller countries on the territory of Russia, then in the end this might not mean anything bad. But it is very difficult to explain this. But you can do this by using the examples existing. But there is no example from history where Russia had lost so much.
This is very interesting, and I think we live now also in dangerous times because we see in Europe populism is really on the rise, and somehow strong leaders they seem to appeal to populist parties and populist voters. And I think we have to be aware there is a full-scale war going on in Ukraine, but there is also, and you know this in this country, of course, there is also a cyber war, there's also a hybrid war, there's also an information war going on. And I think we have to be very careful in our communication by making sure that people see the atrocities that are committed by Russia in Ukraine. And that we continue to talk about that it is not normal that there is an autocracy where one man can decide he can turn the economy into a war economy. He can send people to their deaths, soldiers, by tens of thousands, without anybody being in the possibility to object to it, because if you do, you might end up like Navalny and like the opposition does in Russia. It's non-existent, almost. You have to be very, very courageous. And that is why the Ukrainians fight, because they don't want to live in a country like that. They want to live in freedom, in democracy, under the rule of law, where territorial integrity is respected. And I think if there's one constant threat, also threat in Russian history, it is also the way they conduct wars. And they are all wars of atrocity, and they're all wars where you see the scorched earth as we see it in Ukraine right now. And that's really very, very dangerous, but we have to continue to show that to people.
But Kaja, I have a question to you. So how much, I mean, here it's easy to explain because we have lived under times when we didn't have freedom and people understand this. And we have also seen Russians very up close and personal, if we may say so. But how easy is it explaining this in the Netherlands, really? Or how you see this in the Western Europe?
I think it is more difficult for us because the only thing we can compare it with is Nazi Germany. And that is a very long time ago. That's 4 or 5 generations ago that people in the Netherlands have experienced this. Of course, we have Ukrainian refugees, and they are very well received and integrated. So that is not an issue. And I think the war itself and the way that Russia is conducting the war is not on the front page of the newspapers anymore. We read and talk more about Gaza, which is also very serious, of course, than we talk about the war in Ukraine. Whereas the war in Ukraine is as an existential threat for us as it is for you. So I think we have to be really out there showing what is happening and also convince people that it is not a fact of life that we are safe in the Netherlands. And therefore, I think the comparison to the Second World War and how that started and the sleepwalking into a war, also in the First World War, if there is a constant in history, it is that war always comes back if you're not vigilant. So to show it, to make it real, and also to hear the stories from your country and other countries who have a different background, different history, different relation to Russia, to bring that in the debate in the Netherlands, that is how you make people feel what is really happening. But it's not an easy task if people don't feel threatened themselves.
And you mentioned the possible populist uprising in European countries or their ascendance, and I think it's quite an issue because European Union and NATO both actually have surprised in a positive sense. Actually, there has been more unity, more strength in response, more ability to work together by time has passed, and the view of the crisis or of the aggression in Ukraine is quite uniform. But at the same time, it's very fragile in the sense that at any point can one big country can say that we're not interested in that, and we will end it, or we will not be part of this coalition anymore. And that's the problem with the risk of populists who have tended to be more close or more affiliated to Putin, or even working together, or at least distrusting media, distrusting the elites, etc., and which has pushed them towards sympathy with Putin. So, is there anything West can do to avoid the trap, or to be sure that this break will not happen?
Well, maybe you have the solution, but I think that we have to make sure that what populists have in common is often that they want to draw back behind the national borders, that their own country comes first, their own population comes first. But our countries, if we have to defend ourselves against an enemy, we can never do it alone. So unity is really our strongest weapon. I think where we are now, we have the European Union that has brought it to us. That's why we are relatively rich and wealthy countries, where the education and the healthcare and everything is on a maybe not the highest level, but it's on a good level if you compare it to the rest of the world. And that is, so if we don't hang together with our European friends and NATO allies, we will hang separately. So that nationalism, that will not bring anything. And that I think we have to expose the populists when they promise these things that they can never deliver on. But we will see the proof of the pudding is in the eating, and we have also had elections in the Netherlands. So who am I to talk?
Yeah, we remember, yes.
Selle populismi juurde tegelikult
Coming back to populism, yes, the elections in the Netherlands is a pretty good example. With populism, what happens is that as a leader of the state, you try to lead or you just let it go. I think in the Academy of Liberalism, there was even a book translated into Estonian. Kaja said very well that politics, that's a question to lead or to follow.
Et kas sa tegelikult juhid või sa järgid?
So it's a question whether you lead or you follow. If you on one day are going on one direction, the other on the other direction, then populism grows very easily. It's easy to promise things, but at the same time, you have to carry out your promises on the expense of the people to whom you promise such things, and the money comes from the taxpayer's pocket. And when we talk about Russia, then Russia as well is trapped in populism. But on the other hand, they are under the influence of a very strong dictator and has always been. There has only been a couple of times where we have seen changes in Russia, where the revolution in 1917 and the fall of the Soviet Union, and both of these instances grew out of the people's will. They were not a question of the leadership of the country. And in this book, Future of the Freedom, there's a question: how can a country be democratic? And Baltic states were an example. So the writer said that the country has to have at least $1,500 per capita as economic wealth in order to talk about democracy. We only had $1,000 per capita in 1991. So we were an exception, but we were lucky and we had the will of the people to carry it out. So with populism, obviously, you don't go far. At the time, we had people who remembered how the state functioned before the occupation, and that was the big difference between us and Ukraine, who didn't have such a memory of a functioning state where the money comes from the taxpayers. That means we have to get rid of the corruption because it is not okay to steal from taxpayers. But I wanted to say about populism that listening to Hanno, in theory, we are all strong. How to fight with populism? In reality, people want to listen to simple solutions to very complicated questions. We know that these are not realistic. Whoever says in one sentence that they can solve a very complex issue, this person is lying, but people like it. That's why populists are popular. Yes, and this means that to fight it, we are in a very complicated situation. If we look at the politics in Estonia today, and a leader of an opposition party said to me in our private conversation, "Great, you're doing well, but I'm never going to say it in public because I'm very pleased that you do it. These are the right things." And then I can come in and, all the difficult things have been done already. And this is the problem of liberals, that we have to clean up the difficult parts and then they can take over. But in the short term, no one will award this. Our media as well just, first of all, wants to sell negativity. So today we started our day saying that we should be more positive, but we know that negativity sells well and easy solutions are talked more. Complex questions are not discussed so much because you don't have the time to answer during the debates. You don't have a one-sentence solution. So you wanted to say you have to have easy solutions.
Coming back to unity. Ministers of Defense are here present in this panel. So how can we get unity on the defense operative level? Ramstein format, NATO level management. Is our military more unified than the politicians? I think I and Kaja both can agree, and Kaja probably says the same about prime ministers. So on the political top level, unity is strong, very strong. There's no doubt about it. But when we are looking at defense issues that did not exist in Europe 5 years ago, defense does not even have its own council. We are under the Foreign Affairs Council. But now they are saying that we need a defense commissioner, that Europe has to contribute more. We are speaking about defense bonds already, which is part of our program as well. They are the joint needs of Europe, joint procurement of munitions, air defense. So these are the things that we can do jointly in Europe. And I think that defense ministers and prime ministers and foreign ministers are politically united here. But when it comes down to the rotten eggs at the table, then eventually they have also come to agreement about the decisions. But then you go home and then you meet the populists, economic problems, support, migration. So the local politics becomes more important than pan-European things. But we have to keep our unity together in Europe and in the EU.
About what we have achieved in Europe, it's about the internal market, and it's about the economy, and it's about how we have overcome the borders and really joined our forces. And I think in defense, and I agree very much with what Hanno said, we still have to take that step because defense has remained very national, also for good reasons, for sovereignty, and we have relied on NATO for collective defense. And I think we should continue to rely on NATO for collective defense, but we have to see how we can use the European Union to overcome this type of fragmentation. So one example is I think we need a military Schengen zone, because military mobility, if there would be a war, military mobility is of the essence, and we still have all kinds of procedures, and we don't have the infrastructure in place to do large-scale movement of military materials from one side to the other side of Europe. So that's very important. I think a defense commissioner would be a really good idea to have maximum focus in our defense industry, which is still very, very national-oriented. And I think a large-scale joint procurement, for instance, would really help, making sure that we standardize in ways that we do in other industries in Europe, but we should do it in the same manner for the defense industry, more joint procurement, and in that way reach the same type of integration that we've seen in our economy. And I think also in our armed forces, we can do more than we do. So our army, the Dutch army, is integrated with the German army, which brings great advantages to both countries, but also to NATO, because it makes the army stronger itself. And for a smaller country like the Netherlands, it means that our army can exercise on division level, because Germany has divisions. So it's just one example where I think we can do much more to become stronger in defense.
But European common approach to defense industry, creating the ammunition and weapons, do you think that this can happen in near future?
I think it must happen now, because now is the momentum. Now we see in Ukraine, we are exporting our fragmentation to Ukraine. We're forcing them to fight with all these different capabilities, and they do it because they have to. But we have seen it with the Panzerhaubitzer that we use and that the Germans use, and that we still, in our procurement processes, have gold-plated the system that we wanted, so that they are all a little bit different. And we have to make sure that if we produce in Europe at 155 millimeters on a much higher scale, because Ukraine needs it and we need it, that it can be fired from any type of artillery, and that in the end we will not use 28 different types, that would have 2 or 3, it's enough.
Thank you.
Euroopas me suutsime segasel põhjusel.
In Europe, we could agree about the standard for the mobile phone charger, but there is a standard for the 155 millimeter caliber, but different pieces of equipment use different ammunition, because there are slight differences that do not allow this to be used. So the iron is different, so to say. So more standardization, fewer weapon systems, and joint procurement. These are the things that the Defense Commissioner could work for. We should also create a special defense council in the EU, and then we could start solving these problems bit by bit. Because at present, Borrell is dealing with foreign affairs and does something also for the defense. And prime ministers also have to deal with defense issues. Well, prime ministers deal with everything. So if the ministers do not take decisions, then the decisions will be taken at the summits. Yep. Well, you can just go away and say we couldn't come to agreement, but prime ministers cannot do that. Together with Kaja, we will share opinions always. This seems to be a really good moment at the present. But I wanted to say something about security. It is true that a certain change has occurred, but for some prime ministers, this security and defense issue is an interesting intellectual discussion, but not a realistic thing. This is so how we discussed this at the beginning, how to come to the understanding that everybody has to contribute more, not only the ones who are the frontier states. Everybody has to contribute. Europe is a small continent. If something happens in one place, it is going to happen all over. But we have not reached this stage yet. To sum up, the following question. People get tired. Both Europe and the Western public opinion, public can get tired, because this is we are saying that Russia is bad and Ukraine has to win. And at one point in the political dynamics, people just could become fed up. So what happens then? What is plan B then? Then I could probably begin by saying that firstly, I cannot see a plan B, but the populism and the fact that, as Kaja said, other issues come up, these are serious problems everywhere in Europe. In Estonia, the main issue for European elections is security, but it's not the same for Portugal or Spain. Agricultural support is more important, probably. Climate and migration issues are more important. So they are completely different issues. So the war fatigue is there, definitely. And I'm returning now to what we were saying before, namely, when you have a strong political leadership and you can keep to this, then these decisions are going to be made. You cannot let go. You cannot brush away this issue. So if this fragmentation starts, and Russia is working towards this all the time, Russia is putting other issues on the table and trying to make us debate other things. It's the same with conflicts in Gaza, the Azerbaijan and Armenian conflict, somewhere in the South America as well. You can see the ears of Russia everywhere. So they want to give us 10 other things to be worried about, not the one where people get killed every day. So my message is, keep the focus on the political level, then there is not going to be any fatigue.
Please.
Ma arvan seda, et
I think that every time when you have plan A, you start working towards this. But when you start thinking about plan B, then plan B is going to happen as well, because then you start shaping your activities towards plan B. I cannot say anything else, but Ukraine has to win. If you do not think this is true, then you are not working towards the strategy and tactics on how to achieve this. Yes, people are speaking about war fatigue, and you can also feel this in issues as well, because we are tired ourselves as well, but we are not fighting the war, really. So it is not nice of us to say that we are tired, because we are not having casualties on the battlefield and Ukrainians keep fighting. It is really interesting. Dynamics on the European level. We are comparing us with the lessons from the Second World War. And one lesson is that during the Second World War, all these different conflicts across the world were looked at separately. Italy attacked Abyssinia, Germany's steps, what was happening in Japan, they were separate. But with hindsight, we can see that it was all part of the same package. And we can see the same happening now. Tensions are increasing everywhere, and they are connected. But to my surprise, some of our larger allies are comparing this moment of time with a different period. Germany, for example, is comparing the time, what is happening now with the situation before the breakout of the First World War. Not Chamberlain and Churchill and who's who, but rather, I do not want to be Wilhelm II who launches the war. Even when it comes to history, you are not making the similar comparisons. But we have to work with plan A, because once plan B is being mentioned, then we are going to turn to plan B, and we cannot afford to have this happen.
There are people in Western countries.
Well, I think we risk that, of course, and I would give the same answer. If there is war fatigue in Ukraine, you can understand it. But if there would be war fatigue in my country, the only thing we're doing is supplying them with weapons. It costs us money, yes, but we're not fighting. And so we don't really have a reason for fatigue, not at all. And I think what we're witnessing is not only a very large-scale war on the European continent, again, but we're also witnessing that the world is being reshaped. And if we don't pay attention, if we are naive towards the threat that this poses to us, we will wake up in a completely different world. Because it is not only Russia, but in this rise and fall of great powers, it's also about China. It's also about Iran. I mean, the drones that Russia uses to attack Ukraine were the same drones that Iran used to attack Israel. It's the same. And so this tendency of autocratic countries to step up and to claim a different place in the world, everybody can claim their place in the world, but not at the cost of countries who have agreed to the UN Charter, for instance, which many countries have, countries who do want to respect human rights and the rule of law. And I think that is underneath the war in Ukraine itself, it is about these principles. And that's, I think, also what we have to tell to people. There is no plan B, because plan A is that we cannot let this happen. And if that means that we have to do more, then we have to do more. But there is really not an alternative to this. But otherwise, we accept that we take a step back. And we don't know where that's going to end. And it might end up in a place where we also will be fighting. And I think we really want to avoid that.
Thank you very much. Ja aitäh teile ka paneelis osale.
Thank you to the panelists. Thank you to the panelists. We are ending our panel discussions. We have done all of them by today. Thank you for your patience. We have just a final part of this agenda. Our Prime Minister Kaja Kallas will present her conclusion of the day. You have been very patient today here, regardless of your busy schedule. As soon as we take off the stage, the floor is yours. The day has been long, and thank you all for participating. And thank you to following us through streaming. I think it has been an extremely interesting day. And I have a few points to make. The first panel on the topics of economy, there were many recommendations. I noted everything down to listen to companies, entrepreneurs, and what I underlined with double lines, actually, to follow it up, what's the situation with Bolt's dual listing. So this would be done for sure. But what I actually noticed from the first and other panels was that as with every person, there are weaknesses and strengths. It applies to states as well. If you work on your weaknesses, they will always be your weaknesses. Someone will always be better than you. But if you work on your strengths, you can become the first or the top. You can go to the top of the world. So the strengths are being innovative, technology, being open-minded to new things. And we should really build our economy to these strengths, or the economic growth should be built on these strengths. And our future as well should be based on these strengths. And another interesting point I heard from the first panel, and I really noticed that it wasn't said by any politicians. Bolt said that euthanasia is a new economic sector for us, so it made me think for a moment. But once again, we should be open to all kinds of new ideas. It's worthwhile listening to what exactly is meant by that. But I think the content actually, or the meaning, was that everywhere in developed worlds, societies are aging, and regarding this, the medical sector has a bigger role. The technology and innovative solutions are important, therefore. There was the panel about energy. There was nothing new. It is an important input to every economic sector. It means that we all have to work towards guaranteeing sufficient amount of energy. Yes, it is the question discussed in the government as well. On the one hand, we are saying that we cannot invest into energy because we don't have sufficient amount of consumers. Bigger consumers say that we cannot invest into the state because we have no energy. So what we have done at the government level, we have actually, in the Ministry of Economic Affairs and Communications, we have given them the task to present an overview of how it is going for them finding bigger energy consumers who would be ready to invest into energy, into the creation of energy capacity, so that the question of demand and offer would be balanced in order not to build just energy production with the money of taxpayers. And what was important from different panels was that we shouldn't feel ourselves bad because we are a small country. This is a matter of fact. We are small. However, no one used the quote. I was quote saying that there are only two types of countries, those who are small and those who haven't understood that they are small. But Estonia has understood that it's a small country and it has its benefits. If you are small, you have no colonial interests. It means that you can actually talk much better with any other countries in the world who are not afraid of you or your interests to conquer them. And it's easy to communicate them because they understand that you go there to find where to collaborate, both at the economic or government level. It's interesting. I have made some notes that I don't understand myself anymore. I have noted down that it's hard to be a leader. That's why we are vulnerable. Indeed. It is difficult to be a leader. As Jonathan said, if you are a leader, then at first you are alone. It means that you have to convince others. And it also means taking risks. Estonia has been courageous to take such risks, and I hope we will continue doing so. Although I must say, if democracy is maturing the same way it has matured in Estonia, it's the same with people. When we get older, the courage to take risks reduces. This is what it is with the countries as well, it seems to be. However, we are in our early 30s as a country after restoration of the independence. So we are still relatively young and in a better position to have the courage to risk. What was important was also unity. It's a force taking us further along to the future, managing costs. From Amazon, I heard a very interesting idea that cost saving is a very good solution because it makes you think in an innovative manner. If you have unlimited resources, you are not required to be innovative. So let's think positively with regards to this as well. And to sum up, I feel that in Estonia there are many good things, many positive things. While we are in Estonia, we might focus to many things that are negative. But yesterday I was in Latvia, I was giving interviews, and all of the journalists asked, is there something that Latvia is a role model to Estonia? And I said that I don't know. I hear every day how Latvia is doing everything well and Estonia is doing everything bad. But at least we have great neighbors. But if we look at Estonia from another perspective, then we have done everything right. We shouldn't get stuck with this. We have done well, but it hasn't been easy. It has been the hard work of our people, and we have been innovative and open-minded, and this should be so in the future. And as many said, yes, it is difficult at the moment, but it is a great point to grow. And we have to break out of this circle of negativity, and we have to think about these positive sides the same way as other countries see us. This is the strength we have. Let's build our future on this strength, and this way we can be leaders in the world as well. Thank you for coming, and thank you for listening.